Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the meeting of the Paso Robles City Council in person for the first time in a year. It's nice seeing you all here. It's sort of like the first day of school, isn't it? I mean, everybody's here. They're a little older, a little wiser. We are working our way through the hybrid nature of our world now. We're back live, but we also have some technical things. We're trying to keep our links with people over the internet. Can we get our screens on? Working on it. So bear with us.
Everything other than these screens is up, so YouTube is live. So look at these screens.
You got to get my agenda up here. So. So just so you know, we're waiting to get our screens back on. We went paperless, and now we're screenless. So we're kind of giving up everything. And I do have our agenda for tonight on my iPad, but I hesitate to move forward without everybody on the council being able to see their agenda. So we're going to just hang tight for a minute. Okay.
The only thing that's going to display on these screens is the same screens up here, just so you know.
Okay, so we are working right now on the display for the things you will see up there. That's what we're waiting for on a display here, but we can see that too. We all have our agendas now on our iPads, so we're going to go ahead and proceed. And I want to call the meeting to order, and I'm very happy to make the following announcement. With the reopening of California and the removal of meeting capacity restrictions, the City of Paso Robles has returned to in-person meetings for City Council. Residents now have the option to attend the meeting in person or to participate remotely. To participate remotely, residents can listen to the meeting live on the radio station at AM 1230 or live stream the meeting at www.prcity.com/YouTube and call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via telephone. The phone line will be open just prior to the start of the closed session meeting and again prior to the start of the regular meeting. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note that the agenda item by number or name when you ask to make a comment. If attending the meeting in person, please submit all speaker cards and correspondence for City Council to the City Clerk. And with that, I will invite you all to stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, led this evening by Councilman Strong.
Ladies and gentlemen, with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And this evening for our invocation, we have Pat Sheehan. Pat, are you with us? Welcome. Long time no see. Love your tie, by the way.
Praise the Lord. Father, thank you so much for this beginning. Thank you, Lord, for blessing our city. Bless our leaders. Bless all. Bless those who are sick. For blessing our city, for all your blessings. In Jesus' name, amen. We got carried away again.
May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Hammond.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
And I am here. All council members present. I would invite staff introductions.
I'm sitting in for Christopher Olafo, Public Works Director. My name is Liz Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer. Tonight I have with me Kurt Gonzalez, who is our Water Resource Manager, as well as the street maintenance. That's it.
I'm Darren National Assistant Manager. Hello, I'm Greg Carpenter. I'm your
I'm Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, and joined tonight by Dave McHugh, our IT Manager.
And as we used to do, and we haven't been able to do in a long time, we also welcome people who may be here who represent our advisory commissions or other people that work with the city. Do we have anybody in the audience that serves on a city advisory committee that would like to introduce themselves? Anyone else? Well, welcome one and all. We're going to get back in the swing of doing meetings live. It is good to see everybody face to face, so let us press on. Prior to the open session this evening, we had an announced closed session meeting of the Paso Robles City Council. Actually, we had 2 consecutive closed session meetings, and I'll ask the city attorney now if there was any reportable action from that meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We went into closed session on both a special agenda item and the regular agenda. On the special agenda, we went in for a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to discuss the property at 4309 Second Wind Way. There were 4 negotiating parties listed on the agenda. In addition to that, the city received a late offer. The council made a motion during the meeting prior to the closed session to add an additional item, which would be the real property negotiation with a 5th entity, which was G3 Enterprises. On that matter, we went into closed session and there was no reportable action from that. On the regular council agenda, we also went into closed session to discuss 2 items, the first being public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, and this was related to the city manager's position. There was no reportable action on that item. And then a third item we went in on was, again, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 related to Pioneer Park, and there was no reportable action on that matter either.
Thank you. We proceed on now with our agenda for this evening, starting off the presentations. First, we have citizen commendations from our Fire Chief, John Stornetta.
call up Steph Myers and
Yeah, don't worry about it.
It's all right. It's necessary.
so on June 13th, 2021, the individual president, 3-year-old child was found. Child was response, recognition. Thank you. Recognition of the severity of the emergency, immediate life-saving actions, and effective CPR resulted directly in saving the life of this young child. Therefore, your actions qualify you for this commendation award and bestows upon all of you the city's utmost appreciation for your life-saving efforts. We hereby commend Sandra Williams, Dr. Lansford, who couldn't be present tonight, and Stephen Myers for your actions. Thank you very much. On behalf of the city, your commendation award reads, this commendation is for taking independent humanitarian actions, thereby actively promoting the welfare and well-being of the community. Your actions on June 13th, 2021 resulted in you saving a person's life. Thank you very much on behalf of the city.
Those who know me know I'm never short for words. I'll make this short and sweet. I don't know if you guys believe in God, but if you don't believe in God, you should probably know about him. After that, I have been an ER nurse for a really long time, and I've been in on lots of resuscitations, but God was definitely surrounding that baby today, or that day, and every day I imagine. And I don't think I've ever felt it like that before. So if you don't know about him, you probably should ask somebody, maybe her. And this guy right here is, I mean, he took really quick action to get her out of that pool, and all of the stars aligned for that baby that day. So we're grateful.
Thank you.
Well, we're all ready for good news, and that certainly is good news. Thank you so much. Next, we have a presentation by the Central Coast Community Energy Company. Mr. Killigrew.
Yes, good evening, Mayor. It's great to hear your voice. I'm sorry I can't be there in person today. This is J.R. Killigrew, the Director of Communications and Outreach at Central Coast Community Energy, and I have a brief presentation to provide the city as well as the wonderful community members within the city of Paso Robles. So give me 1 second before I share my screen. Can everybody see the screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is our annual member agency update to each of our 33 wonderful cities and counties across the Central Coast. And I just want to acknowledge the leadership of Paso Robles back in 2019 to really take a hard look at this opportunity for them and ultimately move forward with joining our agency and representing North County and SLO. So a lot of questions come up about how does community choice aggregation work? This is to a lot of people, it's a newer concept, but hopefully it's a more established concept within the city of Paso Robles. So effectively, when the city elected to join our agency back in 2019, they effectively joined our Joint Powers Authority and allowed the agency to go out and purchase electricity on behalf of all the residents and businesses in Paso Robles. It is an opt-out model. So when we did our pretty aggressive and hopefully thoughtful outreach plan, it gave folks the choice to either stay with 3CE because it is an opt-out model or leave and revert back to PG&E. But we do see this as a partnership where we go out and procure the energy, electricity needs on behalf of the city of Paso Robles and its residents and businesses. And then PG&E actually goes ahead and delivers that energy, maintains the line, and then you still get the bill from PG&E. So we like to see it as a shared shared collaboration between PG&E and us to support our shared customers. We like to use this term, same service, just more value. So who we are, as I briefly mentioned, we started off with humble roots back up in the Monterey Bay region, but quickly this model caught interest within San Luis Obispo County as well as Santa Barbara County. Fast forward to today, as I mentioned, we now represent 29 cities across the 5 counties and 4 counties. So within San Luis Obispo County, we currently have 6 of the cities there within, and the city of Atascadero and San Luis Obispo County are still kind of evaluating. But coming up soon in October this year, we're actually expanding our service to Carpinteria, Goleta, and South Santa Barbara County, as well as the city of Buellton in January of 2022. One of the things that separates us from the investor-owned utility model is our access and our local control. We are governed by 2 of our boards, our policy board that's of elected officials, and our operations board that's of county administrative officers and city managers, as well as we have a community advisory council that meets to help kind of shape and define the programs and the community reinvestment we do. We have a board of 17 seats right now, and for the folks in city of Paso Robles, you all share a seat with San Luis Obispo and Morro Bay, but should the day come that Atascadero would want to join this agency, you would certainly join a seat with them. So that's something always interesting that we would like to share to make sure that there is a good representation from North County should Atascadero move forward. I did want to highlight the enrollment. So back in January of this year, in spite of the pandemic, we did a very thoughtful and strategic virtual outreach campaign that consisted of radio ads, TV ads, digital ads, also virtual presentations as much as possible. We also did a couple presentations in conjunction with the city of Paso Robles. And so we're really proud of this enrollment figure. So a little over 94% of the customers have stayed with us. So we did have some level of opt-outs, which means folks were aware of this service that was coming in. So we're really proud of that. That means customers were allowed to choose and they made their choice. So effectively, about 13,500 customers were enrolled and a little over 12,700 stayed with our service. So that's really a great number that the community should be proud of, whether you stayed with our service or you opted out. We are definitely excited that we were able to have an effective campaign in the city to make sure that customers understood their choice. I did want to highlight the impressive outreach that we did. And again, there's still a lot more work that we can do in Paso Robles. We did a ton of community presentations, as you can see, running down the list. I won't repeat them all, but we also spent a lot of time with local businesses too, just educating them as well as community groups. A few things I'd like to add is we do keep in very close contact with the Hispanic Business Association. One of our energy public engagement associates, Oswaldo Martinez, he's based in San Luis Obispo. He's been doing a lot of work really kind of educating the Latinx community about the resources and opportunities that are available. So we really look at engaging with all of the eligible customers and community groups in the city of Paso Robles to make sure that we have a presence and folks are aware of the resources and opportunities that are coming from this agency that the city joined. I did want to mention one quick thing that happened late last year, right before the enrollment. The agency, with direction from our board, adopted a new strategy that by 2030, 100% of the resources that we go out and source for all of our customers in the Central Coast will come from clean and renewable resources. That's 15 years ahead of the state's goal. And we actually can do that more affordably and competitively to make sure the rates are stable and predictable for our customers. One of the other big things that's coming up shortly is we are evolving the way in which we look at our rates and how we charge our customers. And we're moving to a more advanced, I think, an equitable and predictable rate structure called cost of service. It's a normal business practice for public agencies, public utilities, folks that are just looking to be able to just recoup their costs for their customers and not charge them anymore. So we're really excited that these guiding principles and goals of cost of service will be translated starting in January of 2022 when we move to this updated rate structure. So a lot of the questions were, why do this, especially right after we had an enrollment. We've put ourselves in a very good financial position where we don't have to draft and mirror the PG&E rates. We actually can just look at what it takes to charge our customers and just collect exactly what we need to, no more or no less. And also really helps reflects the board and the community's priorities of how we want to invest in the Central Coast. So it's not a shocking thing. It's not a scary thing. This is actually going to be a really great thing for customers that are going to benefit from, most importantly, predictability. The goal for us is to make sure that the rate you have in January of 2022 is the same rate you have in December of 2024. That's unheard of, and that really is a testament to this agency being fiscally responsible and aware of the need to have stable and competitive rates in light of all of the things that are going on in society. I did want to provide a quick snapshot of what a sample residential customer would look like under the new cost of service rates. So regardless of the fact, we are offering a seasonal flat rate if folks would like to look at that. But regardless, we're looking at much more competitive rates compared to our current rate structure, as well as kind of forecasted what PG&E's rates would look like in 2022. So it's really depending upon the type of energy you consume at what times of day, you'll be able to elect a seasonal flat rate to help kind of meet your energy needs. And we're developing a cost calculator that'll go live, I believe, next week. And we'll be hosting a slew of webinars to educate folks about this transition so folks have a chance to learn more. One of the really exciting things that we continue to push is our investment in programs. We started off investing about 3% of our revenue in programs that help electrify the Central Coast. We actually now have board direction to now bump that up to 12 million or 4% of our revenue. And that really is looking at helping to electrify the transportation sector, electrify homes and businesses, as well as invest in community resiliency. So I just did want to note there are some programs available to Paso Robles residents and businesses right now. So you folks, if you're looking to install an EV charger as well as some electrical work, we have incentives for that. So please give us a call. We have plenty of money still available. We can certainly share that information with council. And then secondarily, we are still promoting an EV incentive program for residents and businesses in Paso Robles. So if you're looking at getting into an EV, now is a good time. There are a lot of great incentives at the federal and state level, as well as through Central Coast Community Energy. And then finally, I did want to also add that coming up at the end of this month, businesses, even the city of Paso Robles, if you folks are looking to install EV chargers, we have brought in about $12 million from the state of California to support EV infrastructure, electric vehicle infrastructure within San Luis Obispo County, Santa Barbara County, and Ventura County. And I believe there's a couple $1 million available in San Luis Obispo County. So businesses that are looking to install a charger, it does have to be public, but we have those funds available. They do move very quickly. So feel free to reach out to staff or the dedicated webpage to learn more about this program. But we definitely want folks to know about this, that there are investments coming into potentially Paso Robles and the South Central Coast related to EV infrastructure just a couple months after we launch service this year. And I'm going to wrap up my presentation very quickly, just reminding folks that we were very excited to have the city of Paso Robles join us for a unified Central Coast. We also want to remind folks that we are looking at developing local generation resources within our service area, as well as a current request for qualifications that's actually going to help with resiliency by putting front-of-the-meter battery storage at strategic customer sites across the Central Coast. So again, reminder that this RFQ is still live right now. So if the city of Paso Robles is interested in that, please connect with our staff. We'd love to talk with you more. And then last but not least, really gearing up the investment in our programs that will go live in October, and really just looking forward to have a successful working relationship with the city, as well as all of the great customers that we serve in the South Central Coast. So here's our website. Feel free to email us. We've got a call center with great reps that are available to answer any of your questions about your billing. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know this is a presentation, but again, I truly appreciate the time. I'm sorry I can't be there. And I know staff is actually hopefully going to be presenting to the Paso Robles Rotary, thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Hammond at the end of this month. So I conclude my presentation, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. This is a presentation requiring no action by the council. I'll ask if any council members have questions or comments. Seeing none, we will move on. Thank you again for that, and we appreciate the information.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
We come now to general public comments. This is a time set aside for the public to address the council on items that are within the council's purview but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. If you are here for an agenda item, there's a separate public comment time set aside for each agenda item. Any person or subject requiring more than 3 minutes may be scheduled for a future council meeting or referred to staff. Those persons wishing to speak on any item scheduled on the agenda will be given an opportunity to do so when that item is being presented. So with that, we invite anyone who has a general comment or a general question to come to the podium over here, and we will ask your name and give you 3 minutes. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman and staff. My name is Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street, and I have a concern about how this city is treating our matriarch, Norma Moy, who's kept this Main Street going and kept the city alive for events in the park for as long as you can remember. Unfortunately, she is getting old and she can't walk very well. So we found a parking space next to her door of the office. And we, at first we didn't line it off and make sure that she parked in that space. And one time a fire truck hit the end of her car trying to make a turn. Well, since then, she's got a new car and we have a lined off space for her there. But the parking people said, no, you can't park there. And they said it was because there wasn't 14 feet of clearance. So she tried parking over at the neighbors, but the neighbors was filled today. And guess what happened today when she parked in that space? I measured it off. It's 14 feet from the edge of her car to the edge of the other edge of the alley. There were several service trucks, large service trucks in that alley that went right by her with no problem. There was a big truck towing a big trailer parked on the north exit to the on the other alley that was behind the vacant places there off of Park Street. And he came out and he was concerned, but he had no trouble making the turn from that alley to go the opposite way you're supposed to go in the alley and get out of there. I feel that this is an abuse of our leading citizen in this city to not let her park there. They gave her a parking ticket today, and I will represent her at the hearing because as far as I'm concerned, parking situation in this city stinks.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Welcome. Okay, my name is Mark Bayetti, and I've been resident here over 30 years. And I can't believe I'm up here talking about this, but I have to make a statement because it's been about a year and I'm fuming over the situation, and it has to do with the police. As everyone knows, they're seeing this whole thing about the police, this defunding the police crap. And I don't mean I'm not politically correct, but I've got to deal with it now. Of other cities, other local governments taking the law in their own hands, making all these asinine rules and policies. And I want to make it clear that I'm totally 1,000%, and I'm glad the Chief of Police is here, for the police. And I'm here also because I probably voted for some of you people too. You know, you get these things in the mail and you read your little paragraphs, you know, and I'm going to watch it more closely because I don't want any people sneaking in our city to put their real left agendas in this area to really mess up the city. You know, I think whatever the police chief wants to keep down the crime, he needs to get. I don't want to hear any defunding or cutting back his costs. I hear this sounds as a great program this guy just mentioned before, but I don't want any money going away from the police department. He needs as much money as he needs, as much money as he requires, and he needs to at least keep up with inflation, and if not more, whatever he needs to keep down crime. And I just don't want to see our city turning into some cesspool crime as it is other cities, because you have these other mayors. They're, as far as I'm concerned, they're inept, and I'm not saying anything about you guys, but I do have concerns. And so, and I can't even believe I'm up here. So the thing is, I basically want everybody to, when they make these decisions about all the money coming in, think of what they're doing about the people, because I know I'm not the only one in the audience or anyone in this city that feels the same way I do. They feel strongly about having a good, solid police force, and so that's all I have to say, I guess. So anyway, so that's all I have to say. So anyway.
Thank you, sir.
You guys do a good job too.
Is there anyone else who would like to make a general public comment? This is your opportunity. Seeing no one come forward, I'll close general public comment. Since both issues that were posed by citizens have to do with law enforcement, Chief, would you come forward? So on the first question, Chief Lewis, I know we've had conversations regarding the enforcement of parking downtown and parking in the alley. Could you give us, you know, the legal standing of who can park in the alley and who can't park in the alley and how that works?
You bet. So we do have a municipal code that regulates parking in our alleys within the city, and generally they're prohibited. And I am aware of the citations that were referred to today. Beyond that, you know, there's a process to appeal these, and I think Mr. Gustin referenced that. So I would probably recommend that that's the best way to handle this. However, we're definitely aware of the citation. What he did reference is the exact reason why we do have those laws in place. It's true that a fire truck did collide with the vehicle at some point, and the city did pay for a new car because of that. It's a safety issue, and that's the reason why it's in the municipal code and we enforce it.
So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. The ordinance is clear on who can and can't park in the alley, and that's exactly what's being enforced.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The other question was regarding the funding of the police department. I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask you. How often has it been suggested to you by this council that the police department should be defunded?
I think there was a resounding response from the council and the community to increase our funding. J20 was passed in the last election cycle, which is in this last budget that you approved, we're getting 7 additional police officers. We have additional records clerks and dispatchers, and there's plans to continue to grow the police department and take care of our community. So we're very grateful, and we thank the community and the council for its continued support and funding.
We've also updated dispatch software also, haven't we?
So we're in the process. We just sent out a request for proposals for our new CAD, computer-aided dispatch and records management system. We're also in the process of replacing our radio infrastructure for both police and fire here in the city. We have new body-worn cameras. We have a lot of technology that the city continues to invest in, as well as manpower or person power, and we're very appreciative.
Thank you for that report, and thank you for your service and the service of your department, especially a pointed comment tonight because of the recent incident we had in our community. Once again, you and law enforcement personnel from around the county banding together to make sure that citizens were safe and putting themselves in danger. We appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, I'll ask the city manager if we have any items on our agenda tonight that are to be deferred.
No, Mayor.
In that case, we come now to the consent calendar. The consent calendar consists of items that are considered to be routine, not requiring separate discussion. However, if discussion is wanted by a member of the council or public, that item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Council members and members of the public may offer comments or ask questions of clarification without removing an item from the calendar. Individual items are approved by the vote that approves the consent calendar unless an item is pulled for separate consideration. Items pulled from the consent calendar are heard at the end of the meeting. That being said, I will first go to the council and ask if any council member has a question or a comment or would like to have an item pulled for separate consideration. I see no heads wagging up and down. Anyone in the community that has a brief question or a comment or would like to have an item pulled? Yes, sir.
Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street. Once again, I feel that we're being too lenient with developers on oak tree removals. And here's another example, number 11.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Is there anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening, Larry Werner. I would request discussion on item 12, which is the resurfacing of the tennis courts.
You want that pulled?
Yes, please. And I would request that we could hear it now because we have a lot of people here who are here for that reason and would appreciate that support.
Okay. Anyone else? In that case, I'll bring it back to the council. I will entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar minus item 12. Then we'll determine when that item will be heard.
Mayor Martin, I'll move that we approve items 3 through 11 and 13 and 14 on the consent agenda.
Second. I'll second it. A motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. What's the council's pleasure regarding hearing this item now? I'd like to hear it now. Okay, so let's go to item number 12, which was now being considered individually. There will be separate time for public comment for this. This is the award of contract to repair and resurface Centennial Park tennis courts. Could we have a staff report, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, item number 12 on your agenda addresses the award of a contract to resurface the Centennial tennis courts. The courts were last resurfaced in 2017. In April of this year, staff noted that the surfacing was bubbling and rebar showing in certain areas. Due to safety concerns, the courts were closed until resurfacing could be completed. 2 bids for the work were received and opened on June 17th. Trueline Construction and Surfacing submitted the low bid at $55,520. It is a responsive and responsible bid. This was an unexpected repair project as industry standards for resurfacing call for work every 4 to 8 years. The project was not included in the fiscal year 21-22 capital projects budget. However, the city does appropriate contingency funds for this type of event, and no additional appropriations are needed at this time. We suspected that a request for pickleball shadow lines on the tennis courts would be made and proactively included an additive alternate in the bid documents. However, we also anticipated that the request for shadow lines would be made through established protocols and first be asked of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. This has not occurred. It is important to note that the tennis courts at Sherwood Park need replacing, and when the Centennial resurfacing project is complete, they are planned to be closed until a viable replacement option is determined. At that time, Centennial Park will be the site of the only public tennis courts in Paso Robles. With that, both Julie Dolan and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, this is the way this works for anybody who's not been here before. Council asks questions now of staff. We don't tell you what we think. We just ask questions if we have them. Then we listen to you. And then when you're finished talking to us, then we get to talk. Okay. So any questions of staff from council? Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Frida, I was out there looking at the condition of the courts, and I got to tell you, I had a tennis court for many years. They look excellent. Are there certain spots that are bubbling?
Courts 3 and 4 are significantly worse than 1 and 2. The surfacing is bubbling, and actually the concrete underneath where you can see rust spots where the rebar is emerging and the surfacing is just disintegrating. So the bid that we put together addresses not only resurfacing, but repair.
So they would go into the concrete?
Yes.
How dangerous is it if we don't do this to the players?
We evaluated, we considered for a long time, because of course we don't want to close public recreation facilities. And we really feel like, given the speed of tennis and how they're not watching where they're going as they're playing, that the change in surfacing would be a real trip hazard.
And we can't spot repair this? In other words, you're wanting to do the whole surface of the whole court?
We brought in, before we put it out to bid, we brought in an expert to evaluate, and the only true long-term solution is to resurface the courts.
No further questions.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yes. In the bidding that was done, were these, any of these bids include any striping for anything other than tennis?
Yes, as I stated, Councilman Strong, we did include an additive alternate for ghost lines for pickleball, and as a proactive measure, yes.
And are those in our report as part of the item tonight?
Yes.
So these bids would include that?
The $55,000 price that I quoted does not include the additive alternate. As I mentioned, we included that proactively, expecting it to go to Parks and Recreation Committee first. So it is not included in that $55,520. Additive alternates can be added at any time, though.
Okay, so it is not included in this bid before us tonight?
It is included in the bid. It is not included in the proposed contract.
Oh, in the proposed contract. Okay, and did the Parks and Recreation Advisory Council give us any recommendation on this item?
The request was not made of them, so it was never agendized.
So they haven't done anything?
No.
Okay. And if this is done, does that give significantly more space to pickleball that we could then preclude it from the Sherwood Park area instead?
Hi, Julie Dolan, Community Services Director. Just one point of clarification. We did have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee weigh in on the topic of shadow lines or ghost lines back in 2019. Actually, 2018 is when they made their determination. I believe it was December. And then it came before this body in February of 2019. And it was evaluated and determined not a feasible solution. There was significant public outreach to determine whether or not the tennis players felt okay about having one of their courts utilized in that way, and they were not okay with that. Our Recreation Services Manager, Linda Plesha, did significant research to determine if this kind of activity was complementary and found that it was not. As Ms. Berman just indicated, now that we need to resurface the tennis courts, proactively, we did put the additive alternate in the contract. Should pickleball or some other user group come to us again and ask that this be reconsidered, we have not had a request that it be reconsidered. We've explained to the group, as individuals have come to us, that the proper protocol would be to go back to a Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting, ask that they reconsider their previous decision, and then we would bring it back to council. As Ms. Berman indicated, this has not yet occurred. So there's a decision on the books, but it dates back 2018, 2019.
Okay, then my only other question, and I'm not sure if this is appropriate, the city attorney can shut me down if it's not. If we did this here, could we then not do the project in Sherwood and make that tennis courts instead?
Well, certainly we would work at the direction of council, but if we're comparing capacity, it would not add as much capacity as is being suggested at Sherwood Park. 8 pickleball courts are in the Sherwood Park master plan at this time. Ghost lines on the courts, I don't even know for certain what's being suggested since nothing has been suggested officially at this point, but we could add perhaps 2 to 4 pickleball courts of play with the ghost lines.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Garcia.
Ms. Julie, while I have you there, how long will it be closed or how long will it take?
For the actual renovation of the tennis courts, that's actually more in Frida's ballpark.
We're planning on starting next month in August, once the contract documents are executed, and we'll be done in September.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Julie or Frida, no one actually from the pickleball has asked to have shadow lines put on at least one court, or have they?
Not formally. I've had conversations with individual pickleball players when they noted that we were planning to renovate the tennis courts. And I explained at that time, we could absolutely ask for a reconsideration by the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. That's where it would need to start so that we could then potentially bring a recommendation to you. That has not yet occurred.
Okay, I'll hold my question to the end. So, thank you, Mr.
Anyone else? Very good. Thank you, ladies. We appreciate it. We're going to open this now for public comment, and it works the same as before. We ask you to come to the microphone, give us your name. You get 3 minutes, and we want to hear what you have to say. If you have, are they back? Okay, so back in the corner here, there should be some speaker cards. So if you're going to speak, if you'd fill one out and bring it up to staff when you come to the microphone, that would be very helpful. So welcome.
Good evening. Larry Werner, 741 Orchard Drive, Paso Robles. I'm very pleased to see people face to face. Kind of bummed that I have to get out of my pajama bottoms. But anyway, I've been playing pickleball for about 2.5 years, and I'm also the pickleball ambassador for the Paso Robles region. My job is just to promote the sport, which has been hard during the COVID time, yet nevertheless, our growth has still gone crazy. We are setting up a youth pickleball program with the schools this upcoming year. Right now, we're working with Almond Acres Charter School to be able to have their kids. They want to have a court on their school site, and they're going to be parked at Centennial for a little while before their school opens, and our teacher's going to help teach the kids. We're also going to resume our discussions with Daniel Lewis because they're backed up to our pickleball courts. And we see them playing pickleball with nets that are all set up and temporarily, so we're encouraged by seeing that. I was involved in pickleball back in 2018 when this subject first came to the PRAC. And we did have the opposition from the tennis community. And then we went to the city council, as I said, in February of 2019 and received incredible support and understanding. The planned pickleballs for Sherwood were part of a grant that was submitted that year, which unfortunately was not approved. We subsequently have gone back and reapplied for that grant, so fingers crossed. So we're looking for your support and advice on the best way to proceed here. There was a little misunderstanding about how we had to go to the PRAC. I understood that the contract didn't have to go to the PRAC. I got a little confused. I didn't realize that we had to go to the PRAC and ask to be brought back to the next meeting, to be put on the agenda for the next meeting. And I was concerned that by that time, it would be too late. And because I didn't know when this was going to come to council and how quickly they had put this thing together, which is pretty amazing. So we want to respect the protocol and respect the process, but we have incredible interest in expanding our facilities. And so our goals would be to work with the council and staff. Temporary goals and long-term goals we're looking at right now. Temporary goals would be shadow striping on the one court in Centennial Park, which was $2,200 was the amount for that bid, Fred, if you didn't see that. The other goal would be to build new courts, and that would solve the long-term challenges. We've got 2 other people here tonight that are going to speak. We're going to try to limit our talk because you guys got quite an agenda tonight. We've got Nancy Mello and Barbara Ferguson who will speak in a few minutes. We have incredible support from our club, and I'd like to ask everyone who's come here from the club to stand up and raise your hand and indicate your support for what I'm asking for.
That's 3 minutes, Larry. Thank you.
Okay. And I'd like to thank staff for so quickly putting together that resurfacing bid, and it's really well done.
Thank you.
And encourage you to support it.
Anyone else like to speak? Go ahead and start lining up. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Ferguson, and I'm the Vice President of the Paso Robles Pickleball Club, PRPC. And I'd just like to give you a few bullet points on the growth of pickleball. Between 2016 and June of 2021, an average of 755 people a month play at Centennial Courts Monday through Saturday mornings, and wait times can be up to 20 minutes. Courts are also utilized on Sundays and some evenings now that it stays light later. May and June have been record-breaking months for us with over 900 players in each month. And 100 of them in each month have been drop-ins, who are people just coming from out of the area, who are a lot of RVers who are going around the country trying to find places to play as they travel. And they come here and spend their money and to stay, to shop, to dine, and visit wineries. And also in the past 2 months, we've had about 40 people come to take the free new player training on Thursdays, which we offer. From January through June, the PRPC had 111 members. Since July 1, we have had 20 new people join the club, and that's probably some of the people who have just taken the free lessons. The city receives 30% of our membership dues, which is about $4,000 for the January through June season. We have July through December coming up. And it doesn't cost the city anything, as PRCP pays for the maintenance of the courts. The city also receives revenue when we rent both the pickleball and tennis courts for our annual 2-3-day annual Wine Country Classic tournament. It's estimated that approximately 185 registered players will spend about $400 per person, which is around $75,000 to our local community. Paso was the first to get permanent courts on the Central Coast. Not sure of the total now, but in 2020 alone, 30 public courts were built between Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo, most paid for by the cities. There were also 18 courts built in private clubs and communities on the Central Coast. In summary, pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America. I'm sure you've heard that by now. And clearly more courts are needed as it's growing exponentially here in our area too. Until it can be determined where and when new courts can be found or built, it just makes sense for shadow lines to be painted on the newly resurfaced tennis courts, especially since they are underutilized during our organized play. So thank you for the opportunity to share the facts of the sport that so many people, young and old, are so passionate about.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your enthusiasm, folks, but don't really have to applaud. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Nancy Mello. I live at 710 Night Court, Paso Robles, and I'm the president of the Pickleball Club. So I'm the one that gets to hear all the complaints of everybody on the courts. We're so overcrowded. It's just amazing how many people have been coming into this sport. It's not going to go away. We do not hate the tennis people. Half of us were tennis players. We want to work with them somehow, but we're so overcrowded. And we just wanted the one court is all we're asking for. And we can shadow line 4 courts on 1 tennis court. And San Luis Obispo has done that on their French park. They have done that, and it's really not bad. The tennis people don't seem to mind. And they play till a certain time, and then the pickleball people come in after, say, 11 or 10, and then they take over the courts. Everybody seems to get along with it down there. So many of these cities are actually helping these people that we pay taxes in this town, and our club is the one that's paying for almost $14,000 to resurface the whole courts, 5 courts. We pay for it, which we don't mind, but we kind of feel like we're being discriminated against for some reason. We take care of it, we blow them off, we keep them, the painting around the borders, everything we keep up. We don't rely on them for anything. And we want to work with them. We want everything to just go smoothly. So over 900 people coming in, and that was just in the mornings. That's not counting lunchtime, and that's not counting the rest of the day and the evenings, which there's a lot of people coming in. It'd be interesting to see some of you come in the morning, like on a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9 o'clock, and you will see how many people are there. And this is seniors and even some younger people that can regulate their schedules with work. It's amazing. I just like your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary, could I have a question? Could I ask you a question? How about, this is something I've been curious about, and I've been working a long time since to get those pickleballs started, but what about lighting? If we were to put lighting on the 5 courts we have, and that would double the time at night, especially in our heat, would that help?
Well, John, I know.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, we can't hear her talk.
You're a senior.
If you, excuse me, sincerely, okay? If you want to speak, that's why the microphone is here. And please, I invite you to speak. But when she's speaking, we need to hear what she's saying.
Okay. You're a senior, I'm a senior. We like to get up and work in the morning and do it, like we're there by 7:30, 8 o'clock most mornings. And then we stop about sometimes 11:30 because it's too hot. Right. So then most of us go home and we're so exhausted that we can't do the night. But I guess I'm sure there's some that want to do the evenings, but they have a short window. So, because we have no lights. And then it starts shading, from the trees. Right. But what's sad is we sit there every single day and hardly anybody's on the tennis courts. Every single day. And that kind of frustrates us because we need the room.
Well, I got a proposal for you, but I just want to ask you about the lights first.
Yes, we love them.
Don't go away. We have another question. Councilman Strong.
Are these the only courts available to you in the city?
Yes.
Okay, there are none out at Barney Schwartz.
At where?
None out at Barney Schwartz Park?
No.
And no private courts anywhere?
Oh, there's private people, but most of us socialize with each in a group. So the private courts, I guess they ask people to come if they have a private court.
Okay, so they're not just open to the club? Oh, okay. So right now you have how many courts?
5.
You have 5. And that's how many of the 10 of those are on the
4
tennis
people
courts?
are on at a time. So we have 20 people playing.
Okay.
And we will have sometimes where we have 25 people or 27.
How many courts do you take, though, of the tennis courts to do that?
They don't use
Oh, we don't use it.
I thought you were sharing
We're
tennis courts.
asking for shadow lines on 1 court of the tennis court.
In addition to what you've currently got then?
In addition to what we have, the 5 courts.
Okay.
So that would give us 9 courts.
That would give you 9. But if we expedited Sherwood Park, that would give you another 8 parks.
And that's a funny thing too. It splits our club. Like the better players would go one way, and then the not so better players couldn't move up and start playing with the better players. It becomes then a social clique. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So you don't want them in multiple places?
Well, if we have tournaments, no, because we put on tournaments, and Centennial is perfect for it because we put 16 courts on the tennis courts for our tournaments. So 16 in our 5, that gives us 21.
So then the question would be, if you only want them in one place, which place should we have them? And which place should then become exclusively tennis?
You'd have to take a vote from them, but I vote Centennial.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
So, Mayor Martin?
Mr. Gregory.
I think it's important that we stick to the subject at hand, and that I think we should bring this subject up later in the evening because I have some ideas for this myself, but I think we need to stick to the subject at hand.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My notes. Tim Sullivan, 1761 Miller Court, Paso Robles. I want to piggyback on Barbara as to reiterate pickleball, the fastest growing sport in America. And I think I was talking with a fellow pickleball player, and a solution could be that the striping of these courts, if they do get striped, is that we have portable nets. So we can put those up within 5 minutes, take them down within 5 minutes. And that way, the tennis players, if they come and there's more than, they are occupying the other 3 courts and the 4th court they want to utilize, we could take down those and give them the priority. Basically what we're asking is just right now, can we get the striping on the courts? And if we get those striping on the courts, then we don't have this backlog of people waiting every single morning to play. And I think fiscally responsibility is to include it in that bid right now. It'd probably be less expensive to incorporate that bid and get it done right now. Although there were questions about the protocol of how to get that done. I really think a solution would be for the pickleball and tennis players that we utilize, once striping is put in, we utilize the courts. If there's enough tennis players that they want to take over that court, we'll take the portable nets down, and they're more than welcome. We would share. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Bob McLaughlin. I live at 1037 Parr Avenue in Paso Robles, and I've been playing pickleball since it began in Paso Robles, and let's see, I think it's 8 years now. And I am currently the director of the Wine Country Classic Pickleball Tournament, which is scheduled for October 1, 2, and 3. I am thrilled that you're considering resurfacing the tennis courts because they are a trip hazard, and it is something that's really, really important for all players. The second thing is, as soon as you end up resurfacing them, probably I would hope before October 1st, we will be using them, renting them, to add 16 additional pickleball courts. We'll have up to 250 to 300 people in town playing pickleball for 3 days. We'll be paying rent to the city to the tune of about $1,936, $2,000 or so, which actually is a good funding stream for the striping on that one court. So if you're looking for extra money, this would be a wonderful time to do it because there's both, it's timely, and if the striping has to be reconsidered and put off in the future, it just adds a different layer of complexity. Finally, I've worked in schools for roughly 50 years, design schools and gymnasiums. And if you notice on gym floors, there's multiple striping for multiple sports. And if kids can learn to figure out which color is volleyball and which color is basketball, I'm sure us old timers can figure out which is pickleball and which is tennis. And it really shouldn't disturb anybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Welcome.
I'm Sue Huntley, 2622 Silverwood Way, Paso Robles. And what we're trying to say is we're not trying to kick anyone off of any tennis courts. It's a matter of utilization. We look over there day after day, not now because it's closed, but their tennis players are playing singles, so maybe 8 max people over there playing, okay? We've got 20 people playing in about a third of the space over where we are with 20 to 40 more people lined up to play. We play very short games. They're only to 11 points. There may be 10-minute games to try and get as many people on the courts to play as often and as much as we can. And we're only asking to share the courts during part of the time when they're not being used. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the council. A lot of statements, appreciate that. Didn't hear any questions, so I don't think we have to ask any get any questions answered, but comments from council, Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, I think we should move ahead with the resurface and repair right away. We could include the shadow lines on the interim basis. At least we can get the work going. But I think this is sort of a Band-Aid and not a fix. Our council has promised to take care of getting pickleball courts built. I think we discuss it later in the meeting tonight. I think the most expedient thing to do is the tennis courts. And just for full disclosure, I am a tennis player. And there are no tennis players here because they've voiced their opinion loudly. But it's really important to keep the assets we have. And whether it's striping or whatever, I don't disagree with you that those stripings don't work. But I would rather fix the problem with capacity. One court is not going to fix your problem. You have over 900 people playing. You have too many people, too few courts. So what I think we should do is move ahead with awarding the contract, leave the striping in there for the time being. It's going to take how many, 6 weeks to do this, Frida? In the next council meeting, bring back the pickleball idea for another agenda item. That lets everybody stay ahead of the game. At least we're getting it resurfaced. We can make the decision in the next meeting to put the lines on if we want to, or come up with another alternative. That's my recommendation. Now make that motion if that's okay.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond, did you have something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was always on the impression that, again, I don't like seeing double lines either. I used to play tennis a lot. But the point is, what I'm concerned about is full utilization of, public property. And when no one's playing tennis over there and you've got a line over on the pickleball, I'm open to discussion with regard to taking the first court and and in my opinion, what I would like to do here, just to throw it out, is that we, on the resurfacing part of it, not restripe the tennis court, the first one. We would make 4 pickleball courts out of it currently, but I've spoken with a few of the folks here, and they would be willing after we, over a certain period of time, again, our goal is to build more. I'm going to talk to Larry Warner here in a minute about this, but if we were to stripe the first court into 4 courts of pickleball use, still giving 3 of the other tennis courts that still are available on a temporary basis. In other words, it's not going to be permanent, but it gives them an opportunity in the interim as the sport's growing and then they need sports, can make full utilization out of our property, basically. That might be something we can do and incorporate into this quote to do, and with not much more money. The other thought I had was to put lights on, to double up the time where it could be done at night as well. The third one is Larry Warren and I looked at property out there a couple of years ago when we were talking about maybe grading to the south of our parking lot another section that we could put probably 6 to 8 courts in there, I believe is what we calculated. That's going to take some money, but we also have funding coming from COVID that we might want to program to make this happen. So that's my thought here is, again, to temporarily better utilize public property by using this first lot or first court into pickleball temporarily and put their striping without any other shadow or whatever, just make pickleball courts out of them. Let them use them for, again, hopefully 2 or 3 years until we can get this other set up. Then they would pay, is what I was talking to the group about, that they would pay to re-stripe it into a tennis court back to surfacing what it used to be. I thought that was a solution here that we could use to help this group because, again, it's always been an issue. They never have enough courts. And we also talked about Sherwood Park, our master plan over by the dog park. We were going to put them in there. And nothing's happening on that either. I don't know. That might even be a better spot to put it. But with the pickleball group, what I've heard and understanding is that they would love to have as many courts in one facility as possible, close together. In other words, so that they can move around, they can have a tournament. They don't have to go across country to get to the next set of courts. So I thought that was kind of a workable idea that we might be able to use. We found some funding here and again, I went out and looked at the courts today, the tennis courts. I didn't see that much danger in what I was looking at. I frankly couldn't understand why they were locked up. But if there is, I maybe want to walk it with you guys out there and see what it's about. But on the other hand, if it is dangerous, okay, fine, we need to fix that. But, to me, I think we have an opportunity here to work with both groups, still giving tennis court people, 3 courts there, and yet giving these folks some opportunity for expansion temporarily and make an agreement that they would revert it back to a tennis court once we build the other ones. So, throwing it out.
Mr. Strong.
Yeah, I think this is more complicated than we were considering on the agenda, actually. I have a question for Julie. And that is, or maybe it's Frida too, I'm not sure which one. On the contract, if we delayed this, say, till our next meeting, would that impact the letting of the contracts significantly?
I would suggest that we award the contract, and as Mr. Gregory suggested, delay the decision on the striping if that's the direction you would like to go. There's a lot of work that has to be done first before the striping. That's one of the last steps.
Okay, and that could still be done under this contract then when we made that decision?
Correct.
I like that idea, and then we can talk about Sherwood Park later.
Yeah, correct.
What we do there.
Frida, real quick, are they going to replace this windscreening that's torn and broken too?
Staff is going to take care of that.
Councilman Garcia? Okay.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Well, we haven't done a motion yet.
Well, yes, we did. Councilman Gregory.
I said I would make the motion when you're ready.
Oh, I'm see.
And I'll recognize him when that time is appropriate. I just want to say, first of all, thank you all for being here. And I particularly want to thank the person who said that the old timers could figure this out. Being an old timer, I can say that. And, quite often we sort of paint our older population as folks that can't find their way around because they're just too helpless. And I can see from this crowd, that's not the case. So that's great. We've used the word protocol a lot tonight, and that's kind of a fancy word, meaning we've got a system for doing things. And it's not just a system for being a system. It's a system so everybody kind of gets to be part of the conversation. Anybody that knows me knows that I'm kind of a process guy. And when we set up the rules, I like to kind of follow them. And the reason that I'm in favor of going into the Parks and Rec advisory people first is that we depend on those folks to advise us on issues such as this. So it feels kind of like short-circuiting it not to have that happen. I also heard lots of folks say we want to work together with people, and that's the place where you work together with people to begin with, right there. You get the people who are interested in the subject in that room working things out and talking about options that maybe they weren't thinking about before, such as the one that Councilman Hammond proposed tonight. And now we've got people working together and getting the problem solved, and nobody feeling like they're being abused or discriminated against. And that's the reason we have the, quote, protocol, unquote, because that makes it fair for everyone. So those are just my comments. Again, very much appreciate the input this evening. And yes, Mr. Gregory did offer to make a motion, so I'm turning it back to him.
So I make a couple comments first. And again, I want to reiterate that the pickleball community has supplied so much money and donation of their time in building the pickleball courts and helping the city. We appreciate that. And because of COVID and various other reasons, we haven't got to that next step. But what I think for your tournament coming up, we should award the contract and repair this so you can have your tournament. Go back to the Parks and Rec Committee between now and then. But I'm going to make a motion that we award the contract with the addendum of this shadow striping on there. And then we can make that decision later in the August meeting.
Second for discussion.
Yeah, a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Discussion, okay. Councilman Hammond?
Did you say include the shadow?
Yeah. Striping for now, yes.
Yes.
And then it goes on at the very end. So after they go to the the Parks and Rec Commission, they can come back to the council and we have time to make that adjustment.
Just to clarify, Councilman Gregory, it's part of the bid documents. You don't need in awarding the contract, we can take the ad alternate at any time.
Right.
So, yes, at the same price, there's no increase in price. So it would be my suggestion, if you're going to make the decision at your next meeting after Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, that we award the base contract and we can add it after your next meeting.
Exactly.
And that keeps it on track for their big tournament coming up.
So just second degrees. To be clear, Mr. Mayor, we're going to send this back to Parks and Rec for a recommendation to change one court into pickleball or change it to shadow striping. I mean, what's the thought here?
Thank you for asking the question, Councilman Hammond. That would be determined by whomever comes to the meeting and makes the request. That's why we're a little bit behind the 8 ball on this. Also, I just must say that I am concerned that because our intention was simply to ask for your authorization to approve a contract, we did not notify any of the tennis players that this topic was going to be discussed to this extent. And so I know we always want to thoroughly engage our community when a decision like this is made. So allowing us to take that before Parks and Rec will allow us to get a specific request from the group to invite tennis players to also comment, and then to bring you a much better informed recommendation at your next meeting.
You're going to recreate that one meeting we had before that.
Yes, and I appreciate your mentioning that. Yeah, we had a lot of input at the time.
Okay, that sounds
fair. I think Councilman Hammond's offering to chair that meeting, maybe.
I have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion on that motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, could we have the interim city manager also let the public know what happened on the consent agenda?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to ask our interim city manager to please go over the consent calendar and give us a short report on the actions we took as part of consent, so the people listening in know what we've done.
And that grading.
Did you actually vote on the rest of the consent calendar already?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, very well. Item 3 was the approval of the city council meeting minutes from June 15th. Item 4 was the receipt of the warrant register. Those are the city payments made during the month of June. Item 5 was a receipt of advisory body minutes.
I think we need to do that.
From the library board. Item 6 was a termination of local emergency regarding COVID-19, which is allowing us to have this meeting tonight. Item 7 is the continuing authorization of the emergency action to repair damage at fire station number 2. Item 8 is a upgrade to the city's geographic information system. That's our computer mapping software. Item 9 is the award of a contract to do economic, fiscal, and housing analysis for the potential impacts of the potential development at the boys' school site. That's the landing project. That's an analysis of the costs and the benefits to the city of that project, and that will allow the city to work with the developer to negotiate a development agreement. Item 10 is amendment to the city's development impact fee exemption list to include city-recognized nonprofit community organizations and adding the Boys and Girls Club and the Youth Arts Foundation to that list, which basically allows for the city to waive certain fees for those specific nonprofit community benefit projects. Item 11 is the removal of an oak tree permit. That's a request from the Housing Authority at Oak Park. There's no development proposed as part of that. That's a compromised tree that the property owner is asked to have removed and replaced. Item 12 is the item that we just discussed in detail. Item 13 is the appointment of Mindy Dirks to fill a vacancy on the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee for the next 2 years until June 30th of 2023. And the final item on the consent calendar was the award of construction agreements for zones 4D and 4G of our annual pavement rehabilitation project.
Thank you very much for that report, and I'll take this opportunity to do a short commercial for our city's website, prcity.com. Anybody listening in, if you go to that website, you will see our agenda and links to all the staff reports, so you'll see exactly the same information that we see before we come to a meeting here tonight. So That's a tremendous advantage for anybody that is an advocate of transparency and accountability, and also anybody that wants to be informed and participate in the community process. That gives you the knowledge you need to move into that area. So prcity.com, good place to visit. Next up, we have public hearings. Item number 15, public hearing, adoption of 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm sitting in for Christopher Alako. However, this item will be presented by our interim water resources manager, Kirk Gonzalez, and his consultant team.
Thank you, Ditas. Good evening, Mayor Martin, City Council, members of the public. I'm Kirk Gonzalez, interim water resources manager, and tonight we are holding the public hearing, and the City Council is considering for adoption our 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan. I'm joined by Kate White with Todd Groundwater this evening. She'll be making a brief presentation. Todd Groundwater has prepared our past urban water management plans and has also assisted the city with numerous water supply assessments and water supply evaluations over the years. So Todd Groundwater, with city staff's assistance, has updated the urban water management plan and water shortage contingency plan. Some of the major changes were to update our demands based on our current projections to reflect growth through build out, and also to bring the plans up to date to align with current regulations and standards that DWR has laid out for us. Todd Groundwater has found that our current supplies are sufficient to serve our existing community as well as the planned community through build out, both in normal year and extended drought conditions. So that's great news, and that's largely in part to the investments that this community has made in diversifying our water supplies, as well as in improving the water use efficiency throughout our community. So we've published the draft plans for public review, and we've provided the necessary notices for this public hearing. So we are ready for the City Council to hold the public hearing and consider for adoption these plans. And before doing so, I'd like to have Kate give a brief presentation on both plans. Kate?
Good evening, I'm Kate White with Todd Groundwater, and I'm pleased to present the city's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan. The Urban Water Management Plan starts on page 162 of your agenda packet. I'm not quite sure where it is on your iPads. And minor edits to the draft are listed on page 450 of your packet. Tonight, my presentation will provide an overview of the city's draft 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. I will describe the city's current and future water demands and the water supply sources the city plans to use to meet those demands. I will also briefly summarize the reliability of the city's supplies and the city's water shortage contingency plan. Urban water management planning. Go to the next slide, please. Or do I have control of it? Urban water management planning is required by the state for all urban water suppliers that provide water to over 3,000 connections or over 3,000 acre-feet per year. There's a specified content and required tables for the plans, and plans are to be updated every 5 years. The plans are required to have at least a 20-year planning horizon. The city's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan extends to build-out, which is expected to occur by 2050 or later. The Water Conservation Act of 2009, commonly referred to as SBX 7-7, sets a goal of achieving a 20% reduction statewide in per capita urban water use by the year 2020. SBX 7-7 requires urban water suppliers to determine a baseline water use and establish a water use reduction targets for the years 2015 and 2020 to help achieve a 20% statewide reduction in urban water use by the year 2020. Urban water management plans are required to report on compliance with SBX 7-7. In addition to meeting state requirements, the Urban Water Management Plan is by and for the city, and it documents water supplies planned for existing and future water demands and supports shorter-term and longer-term resource planning. Before we get further into the details, I would like to cover several units of measurement that come up in the Urban Water Management Plan and in my discussion. Gallons per capita, or per person per day, is the total water a supplier provides in a year divided by the population served. It represents the total water used within the city's service area divided by the total population served, and includes water used by all city customers, including residential, commercial, industrial, institutional, and landscaping. Another unit of measurement used in the urban water management plan is acre foot. An acre foot is equivalent to 325,851 gallons. And as the name suggests, 1 acre foot is enough water to cover an acre of land about the size of a football field at a depth of 1 foot. An acre foot per year is the amount of water used in a year. A typical single-family home in the city uses about 1/3 of an acre foot in a year. This next slide presents baseline and target water demands that have been established for the city. The blue column on the left-hand side represents the city's baseline water use of 241 gallons per capita per day, and is the average annual per capita use over the 1999 through 2008 time period. And it's based on one of the state-prescribed methods to determine baseline. The top of the blue column on the left is at 241 gallons per day per capita. The next two blue columns illustrate the city's 2015 and 2020 water use. The horizontal black lines above the columns present the SBX 7-7 state-mandated 15% and 20% reduction in per capita water use relative to baseline water use. Reducing the 241 baseline by 15% results in a 2015 target of 217. And that's a black line above the middle blue column. Reducing the 241 gallons per capita baseline by 20% results in a 2020 target of 193 gallons per capita per day, which is the black line above the blue column on the right-hand side. It's important to remember that the gallon per capita per day targets represent all water uses divided by the city's population, and that's not just water used by residents. In 2015, the city's water use was 151 gallons per capita per day, which is well below its target of 217. This is due to voluntary conservation, response to state's mandatory conservation requirements in place at that time, and other factors. The 2020 city water use was at 164 gallons per capita per day, which is the blue column on the right. And as can be seen, it is below the 2020 target of 193 gallons per capita per day. Mandatory water use restrictions were no longer in place in 2020, so there was a slight increase in use when compared to 2015. But water use has not rebounded to pre-2015 levels. This is because some of the past water use restrictions resulted in permanent changes in water use. The city's demand management measures and increases in water use rates have contributed also to permanent reductions in water use. This next slide summarizes the city's future water demand projections. The projections were developed using representative water demand factors, anticipated future conservation, and city general plan growth assumptions and build-out conditions. Projected water savings are included in these demand projections. The first row below the heading in the table presents projected population growth up to the city's general plan build-out population threshold of 44,000 residents. This build-out is anticipated to occur in 2050 or later. The next row shows estimated water demand in 5-year increments to build out. Water use is anticipated to increase to 9,451 acre-feet per year at build-out. Demand projections include all water use sectors, including residential, commercial, industrial, government, and landscape. Future water use is required to remain at or below the SBX 7-7 state-mandated 2020 water use target of 193 gallons per capita per day. The last row on the table indicates that water use per capita in the future will increase slightly but remain below this target. The moderate increase in per capita water use between 2020 and build-out is partially due to the projected increase in non-residential development, mainly industrial, in relation to the increase in population growth. The city expects that current and planned demand management measures will be sufficient to meet and maintain the per capita water use target established by the Water Conservation Act. The city has a diverse portfolio of supplies to meet demands. This next slide graphically depicts the amount of various supplies anticipated to meet future demands, which will total 9,451 acre-feet per year at build-out. The supply amounts shown do not reflect total supply available to the city from each source, nor do they reflect any limits on the city's groundwater rights, but instead the water plan to supply projected demands. Supplies include Salinas River water, Nacimiento water, and groundwater. Recycled water is planned for the future. The light blue area at the base of the figure represents the use of city river wells. By build-out, the city anticipates using 4,600 acre-feet per year of river water, which is the State Water Resources Control Board permit limit. The light green area above that is Nacimiento water use. Between 2025 and 2040, about 1,100 acre-feet per year of treated Nacimiento water will be used, and by 2045, operation of the water treatment plant could be increased to about 2,000 acre-feet per year to meet increasing demands. In addition to direct deliveries, Nacimiento water can be utilized through the use of a recovery well. About 269 acre-feet per year of untreated Nacimiento water is anticipated to be discharged into the Salinas River channel and recaptured. The recycled water distribution system is currently in the design phase. Recycled water use that will replace or offset treated potable water use is anticipated to begin by 2030 at a rate of about 180 acre-feet per year and increase to about 450 acre-feet per year by build-out. This is depicted as the purple area on the figure. Additional recycled water will be used to offset private well use inside and outside of city limits. Groundwater use from the Paso Robles area subbasin will continue to be an important component of the city's supply. Groundwater use is the darker blue area at the top of the figure and represents the water planned to supply projected demands and account for balancing and management of available supplies. Basin pumping is projected to range between 1,800 acre-feet per year and 2,600 acre-feet per year between 2025 and build-out. Pumping could increase if shortage is experienced in the other supplies. So to summarize, the city has sufficient supply to serve the existing community and plan growth as identified in the general plan. The urban water management plan updates will occur every 5 years, and each update will account for growth and development trends, drought, changes in regulations, and supply availability and reliability. The urban water management plan accounts for general planned growth, and any deviations from the general plan require water supply assessments to evaluate changes in water use. This next slide presents water supply reliability strategies available to the city. The city is continuing to increase its overall supply reliability by diversifying supply sources and remaining actively involved in local and regional water management efforts. Each supply source has unique characteristics that benefit overall supply reliability. The city continues to promote water conservation to achieve long-term targets and is planning for the increased use of recycled water both within and outside of the city limits. Urban water management plans are now required to include a drought risk assessment to assess the city's ability to supply water during the next 5 years under drought conditions. The city's water shortage contingency plan is an appendix to the urban water management plan, and that starts on page 334 of the agenda packet. It has been updated to follow new state requirements. It defines 6 water shortage levels and includes response actions for each shortage level based on water supply and demand conditions. The water shortage contingency plan also includes procedures for conducting annual supply assessments and communication protocols corresponding to the defined levels of storage. The city's previous 4 stages were modified to fall into the 6 stages, and no new restrictions were added. The water shortage contingency plan stages of action are implemented if a supply shortage occurs or is anticipated to occur. The stages range from stage 1, which is a 10% voluntary reduction, to greater than a 50% mandatory reduction in stage 6, when a supply shortfall of more than 50% is likely. Stage 1 to stage 6 response requirements range from restrictions on landscaping irrigation to a moratorium on new connections. Violations can be subject to civil and administrative penalties. So in conclusion, the city has sufficient supply for serving the existing community and growth as planned in the city's general plan. The water supply available to the city is diverse and reliable. The city has achieved the targeted SBX 7-7 20% reduction and plans to continue conservation programs to maintain this goal. Thank you. That's all I have, and welcome any questions on the Urban Water Management Plan or Water Shortage Contingency Plan.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Once again, the process is we ask questions, get answers, go to public comment, then we get to talk. So council questions of staff. Mr. Gregory.
Yes, can you explain the one chart where you're showing the population growth to 2042 and the usage of water is continually increasing as you go along? Can you explain that reason?
This chart or the one
No,
that has
it's a numerical, that one right
that
there.
one?
So the per capita use continues to rise. So is that waste, irrigation, or what's going on?
So that calculation is the total city's water use divided by the city's population. And as water use sectors such as commercial and industrial increase, but the population doesn't increase as much, that number gets bigger.
So that has commercial, everything in it then.
Yep, it's got everything.
Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions, Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, back to that one slide that you had with the different colors. Yeah.
That really pretty.
That one, that's pretty telling. That's exactly what we're going to need to build out in 9451. But it doesn't really show what our total portfolio is with water. You didn't see it. I didn't see a slide on that.
It does for, it does not. Basin wells, you can pump more basin wells, and it's hard to determine really what the upper limit of that pumping is.
Well,
and so the urban water management plans are more designed to show where the supplies will come to meet your demands.
Okay, well, I think it's important too for the public to understand that we plan very well with our portfolio of water, and it's not 9,400 that we have. It's more close to, I think, 14,000 acre feet that we have in our disposal, you might say, that we will not ever use that much. But people know that we do have plenty of water. It's just that our restrictions with the state says we have to do certain things. That was the pushback by a lot of Roblins here, that they knew we had water, but they weren't allowed to use it, so to speak. So that was the point that I wanted to bring up.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilwoman Garcia?
Ms. Kate, on the slides, it keeps talking about how we're under the state mandated amounts, but what is the actual state mandate? What is the number that?
For the city, it's 193 gallons per capita per day. And each water supplier has like a different number, and it's based on whatever your baseline number is. And then you have to reduce your baseline number.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Councilman Strong.
So I was going to piggyback on Councilman Hammond a bit, because later in your report, you note what our entitlement is at Nacimiento, which is 6,488 acre feet per year. And it looks like even in 2050, we're only using 1/3 of our entitlement. And nowhere in your projections are you projecting anything more than our use of 1/3 at 2050 of that entitlement. So we still have 4,000 acre feet of water available after 2050 or through this entire period on any given year.
Of Nacimiento water?
Of Nacimiento water, that we're not even touched by this report in any way.
Correct. It's also dependent upon your water treatment plant, the capacity of your water treatment plant for potable water, but you can put it in the river and then recapture it.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to open it for public comment. If you have comments, this is your opportunity. Same rules apply. Your name, please. A speaker ID card if you haven't already turned one in, and you get 3 minutes. Good evening, sir.
Good evening again. Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street. Are we planning to increase the processing facilities for the Nacimiento water so that we can use that additional available nasty mineral water that we're not using?
We'll get you an answer for that. Anything else? Okay. Anyone else have a question or a comment? We'll close public comment, bring it back to the council. The question was, are there plans in the works or on the horizon for increasing processing facilities so we could take advantage of the full allocation of Nacimiento Lake water?
Yeah, thank you for that question. As you guys noticed, we are not fully utilizing the Nacimiento entitlement as it's shown here to meet our future demands. We have projected now with the water supplies that we have available, we will not necessarily need to build that second phase of the water treatment plant. Now, if there's some need to do so, say we have some impacts to our other supplies, that is an option that would be available to the city.
So in the future, rather than another processing plant, could we do what we've done in the past, and that's basically inject Nacimiento water into the riverbed and then pump it out of the riverbed?
Yes, and just for clarification, we are doing that now.
Right.
We plan to continue to do that. That helps us in many ways. As Kate mentioned, it helps us with our recovery well. It also helps the native underflow of the Salinas Channel and helps production in our alluvial wells. So we'll continue to do that, but there is a real capacity limitation of that process.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we're maxing out the operation as we have it permitted today. That's not to say that there aren't other options that could expand.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Hammond.
Now, Kirk, again, you might want to explain too that our capacity at the treatment plant is more. We're just not using all of it, but also that the cost of using Nasi water is more expensive to the Roblins. So we're balancing, I think, our groundwater usage to kind of help the red zone down here too.
That's correct.
And cleaning up our water so we can use less salt. In other words, everybody uses their conditioners here, which causes a problem on the other end. Discharge into the river. So yeah, we're using Nasi to again, it's more rainwater versus harder water coming out of the ground. So that's the blending part that you guys are working with, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And thank you for bringing that up, Councilman Hammond. This is a balancing act. We do have 3 supplies, 4 in the future when we develop recycled water. But it is a balance of cost, the water quality that we may want to produce in our future recycled water supply. And then, there's always potential for something to happen to any one of these supplies. So it's important that we maintain diversity in our supplies and maintain our ability to use each of them.
I just want to make a final comment again. I said it earlier, is that Paso Robles has done some fantastic planning to be able to have a portfolio as big as we do have. With the water resources that we have available, other cities don't. We plan very well, but we're using it correctly too. We're not flaunting it, but.
Thank you, John. I'm being told that we have someone online with a public comment. Again, we're trying to work a hybrid system, so that's my fault. I should have asked for that. So I want to give this person the opportunity to make a comment.
Caller is Jan Albin. I'll make her live.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you very much. My question is about the recycled water. It's my understanding that the facility is up and running enough to supply, for instance, construction water trucks. When construction begins and they have to have water trucks on the site to water down the dust, etc., that there is water available from the recycled treatment plant for those trucks. That's the number one question. Secondly, as I understand it, we, from that recycled water facility, we have laid our purple pipe to the edge of the city, and now wineries can hook up with their purple pipe to our water supply. So has any winery done that, made it known that they want to do that? And is there water sufficient to supply wineries at this time rather than having them take from the groundwater? That would be my two questions. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for calling. So let's try to get some answers for that. So the first question was regarding the use of recycled water on construction sites for keeping sites damp. Is that something we have a capacity for and that's being done right now?
That is something we have capacity and ability to provide for. We're currently not providing that for users beyond the city's wastewater department. And the reasons for that is because we're taking the steps necessary to essentially permit that operation. So there's steps we have to take with the state before we can allow that to happen.
Okay, so we have the capacity, but we haven't crossed the T's and dotted the I's to make it happen.
That's correct. We haven't done the paperwork.
Then the question about the purple pipe system, to the extent to which it's been installed to connect with potential customers for recycled water, and do we have any customers yet?
So the first part of that, maybe there's a misunderstanding as to the extent of the developed recycled water distribution system. So that's the pipeline that we plan to develop to make this water available for direct use. We have developed portions of that distribution system project. So we have put in small segments of pipe as it's paired with road improvements and developments along the way. But we don't yet have a continuous distribution system. So that's not in the ground yet. That is something that we've developed plans for, that we've been seeking SRF funding for. So it's definitely well underway. One of the critical steps that we're still working on now is securing customers. Recycled water definitely has some great benefits in terms of its drought resiliency, its availability in times when there's drought. We're still flushing our toilets, so that supply would still be available. However, it represents some challenges for our potential users. Primarily, the cost of recycled water would be quite a bit higher than their pumping costs, so their current pumping costs for groundwater. And then secondly, there are some water quality concerns for some growers in parts of our basin. So we'll need to basically secure commitment from those prospective recycled water customers before we're able to secure a loan with the SRF program. They'll need us to show that we'll have revenue to pay back the debt service on that.
And the final question was, has this potential sale of recycled non-potable water to potential winery customers been calculated into the overall water supply? Do we have sufficient supply to accommodate that type of operation?
Yes, yeah, we do produce much more recycled water than we can feasibly use within the city. And so we would have an excess amount available for outside of city users.
Yeah, and obviously through the regular monitoring of our water plan, we would know if that situation ever changed, and we'd be able to change policies at that time.
Yes,
yeah.
That's correct.
Councilman Hammond?
Yeah, Kirk, is our discharge still running about 2 million gallons a day?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, we're up. Yeah, and right now we're putting that down into the Salinas.
Yeah, we continue to discharge,
which is cleaner water than it was before. Just to let everybody know. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to make it clear, public comment is closed now. We're into council discussion. Councilman Strong was next.
Yeah, and I'm very encouraged with the whole report. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. We are being extremely modest in what we're proposing all the way through the mid-century, which is very encouraging. Because listening to the comments made to us by Todd, and also the figures that they put in their report here, we have enough water just from Nacimiento to accommodate a population, exclusively just the population, people, 48,660. But from our basin wells and river wells, we have even more water than we have an entitlement from Nacimiento, as we're currently is available to us. And that, if we were just a bedroom community and didn't have any commercial or industrial, would accommodate 97,000 population, which is way beyond what we anticipate being. But it's plenty enough to handle our commercial and industrial needs going all the way to mid-century. So I'm totally encouraged, and I love the report that if we enter the most extreme state mandates right now, we can still live with it and stay under it. And I think that's excellent. So wonderful report.
Very good. Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, Kirk, just for clarification, what is our total acre-foot capacity with all of our resources?
As Kate mentioned, that's a challenging number to pin down, and that's part of the reason it's not shown throughout the plan. really, we have hard limits for the maximum we could draw out of our river wells and from Nacimiento, as you guys have recognized here. Nacimiento, our entitlement is 6,488 acre feet per year. That's not to say we could currently utilize all of that amount. We also have an instantaneous limitation on how much we could draw from Nacimiento. Similarly, for the river wells, we're permitted to, on an annual basis, take 4,600 acre feet per year, and also have an instantaneous limit there. Groundwater, the Paso Robles Basin wells are kind of the outlier. Where
last resort.
Yeah, we have capacity that, I'll reference historically, we've drawn as much as over 4,000 acre feet from the basin wells. So we know that we can do that, and that's not to say that's a limit on how much we can draw. It's not to say that we should draw that amount or that we'll choose to do that, but we do have that.
And then as we continue to grow, your recycled water production increases up to about 4 million gallons a day?
Well, I think early on there was some thought that we'd be as high as 4 million. I can't speak specifically to the latest projections because there has been quite a bit of improvements in how we use water in the community, and that also affects indoor water. So we'll see indoor water use declining despite, on a per person basis, despite our population going up. So we've even seen a reduction. We were at 2.4 million, I think, recently in the past, and now we're around 2.2 or 2 million gallons per day. But I think that at one point we were expecting we might be around 4.5 million gallons, but I can't say specifically if that's still an accurate estimate. I'd say upwards of 4 is a reasonable guess.
So when we're at full capacity, the recycle plant puts out about 2,000 acre feet a year? Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Hammond.
I was just going to make a final comment, maybe a motion, if you
Yes.
would, Mr. Mayor. I think people need to know that, our city has done very, very well with regard to our Paso Robles water basin. We've been very good stewards using other resources that we have available rather than groundwater, just groundwater. So again, I with that, compliment the staff with their planning and management, and then make a motion if you like.
Please.
I'd like to go ahead and then make a motion to adopt the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan as proposed, and adopt the 2020 Water Storage Contingency Plan as proposed.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory. If there's no further discussion on that motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on now, item number 16, Paso Robles Gateway annexation, readoption of a resolution of application to reinitiate proceedings for annexation of the unincorporated area known as the Paso Robles Gateway property. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Darren Nash, City Planner. Brandy Cummings from SWCA is the contract planner on behalf of the city for this project, and she will be making the presentation this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Are you all able to see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. As Darren mentioned, my name is Brandy Cummings. I'm a contract planner for the city on this project. And tonight, staff is asking you to consider the reauthorization of an annexation request for the Gateway project. Now, hopefully we remember this project. It was just about a year ago that this came before your council for approval of several entitlements. It's the property located at the northwest corner of highways 101 and 46. The property is currently in the unincorporated portion of the county, and the current property owners and developers have a vision to develop this property with hotel and resort uses, commercial and multifamily uses. Now, this development and the entitlements that your council approved last year are contingent upon the successful annexation of the property from the county to the city. And this sort of development currently wouldn't be able to be constructed under current county land use designations. So just as I mentioned, just over a year ago, your council approved these entitlement actions you see listed here in preparation and anticipation of annexation of this property to the city. Now, tonight, we're only discussing the resolution of application for annexation. These other entitlements still retain their approvals that you gave last year up until we actually achieve annexation of the property. So after your council approved this project last year, the city formally submitted an application for annexation to LAFCO. That was in October. However, due to the time limitations at the state level, the application was returned because an agreement regarding the property tax exchange was not reached between the city and the county. Now, property tax is normally negotiated between a city and a county during annexation processes. Cities generally retain sales tax and transient occupancy taxes, and then the annual property tax increment is the negotiable part of that exchange. So normally counties retain the existing property tax base that's in place at time of annexation. Now, the county does have a master tax exchange agreement with several cities. It has been used in the recent past for several annexations by all cities, even those who aren't formally parties to that agreement. And that agreement generally lays out that the county retains all of the existing and all future property tax increments. And that's for commercial and industrial. And then for residential, the city typically, under that agreement, would get 1/3 of the property tax increment. As I mentioned, an agreement hasn't been reached to date between the city and county for this project's property tax exchange. But one point of agreement that the city and county have agreed on is that the master agreement, which is from 1996, needs to be updated and have a new fiscal model prepared by a firm to reevaluate that property tax sharing model. Now, this Gateway project would bring three main major benefits to the city upon successful annexation. The first being that the tax revenue that would be generated from the sales tax and transient occupancy tax from the envisioned future development. And this tax that the city is projected to receive would total just about $1.9 million. And that's, as I mentioned, for sales tax and the transient occupancy tax. The second benefit is related to the South Vine Street realignment. So the South Vine Street realignment is phase 2 of the Highway 101-46 interchange project. This Gateway project would facilitate the right-of-way conveyance that's needed to actually realign South Vine Street. And in addition to that right-of-way exchange, the developer would be sharing in some of the construction costs for that realignment. And the South Vine Street realignment is also needed for phases 3 and 4 of the 101-46 interchange project. That's the northbound and southbound roundabouts. Those roundabouts are currently going through the environmental process right now, and that process is anticipating the realignment of South Vine Street. So if for some reason the South Vine Street realignment fell through, those roundabouts would potentially need to go back through the design and environmental process. And then finally, the project is expected to create local jobs and generate economic activity within the city and county. The project is expected to generate about 2,000 jobs and then bring in roughly $180 million in economic activity within the county. And so that includes the direct and indirect impacts. So, the actual activity at the project site and then all the ripple effect that it would have through the community for, restaurants or wineries and such. Now, I just want to make it clear, no changes to the project have occurred. The request tonight is basically administrative. So because our application was returned by LAFCO, we need to reapply for annexation with LAFCO. And that process requires a new resolution of application to initiate those annexation proceedings. So in addition to approving this resolution, staff is also recommending that the city agree to the terms of the master tax sharing agreement, with the note that if that agreement is updated and potentially revised based on new studies, that revised formula should be applied to this Gateway project. And that's staff's recommendation, and I'm available for questions should you have any.
Thank you for the information. We'll go to council for questions. Council questions? Mr. Hammond.
Again, I have a major question again with the fact that the city has testimony here that we only get 1/3 of the revenue essentially that's going to be generated, and the rest, 2/3 goes to the county. This has nothing to do with the developer. It's just that I think, again, that it should be the other way around. And again, I wanted to ask the supervisors to reevaluate, not only for our city, but other cities as well, to take a look at this. But has there been any question, again, any movement on the county supervisor's agenda to make this happen? Has anybody staff-wise heard this?
I'll defer to the city manager for that question. But one thing to clarify, the 1/3 is relative only to the residential portion of the project. So the commercial portion, which would include the resort and the hotel, under the master agreement, the city would retain all of that property tax increment.
So it's proportionate to the type of construction, then, is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Right.
And then regarding movement on the negotiations, once we do reapply with LAFCO will recommence a formal notice to the county to commence formal negotiations, which is a process laid out in the tax and revenue code. But I'll let the city manager chime in regarding any informal negotiations that are ongoing.
Council, numerous attempts have been made to speak with the county, both at the staff level and at the supervisory level, to see if they would consider something different than the 1996 master tax sharing agreement, without really any success. The one area that the county is willing to discuss is the distribution of property taxes in the case of annexations only, not for the underlying property tax that are paid throughout the city, but just on annexations. The county has a consultant under contract. They were ready to start that process until COVID hit us. They stopped it. They have indicated that they would restart. In our initial conversations with them, they had indicated that any result from that study would not apply to this project, and we didn't think that was fair, and we didn't think it was worth going through the effort of helping with the study if it wasn't going to apply to this project. So that's one area where I think we've made some headway with the county, is that they are willing to go to the county staff is willing to go to the Board of Supervisors and recommend that the result of the study, if it changes the allocation for annexations, would apply to this project.
Okay, that's something anyway, that they would consider that. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strawn?
No, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I deal with the state, as you know, on a regular basis on these matters, and sit on a revenue and taxation policy committee at the state level. And this is the way state law reads. It's in the lap of the County Board of Supervisors. It's not our decision. So they have the power to make that decision. The fact that they'll negotiate with us and consider our position is encouraging. And I think if you get half a loaf, you take it, or else you get none. And that's where we're at.
Councilman Gregory.
So just a little clarification on the taxation. So on the commercial end of it, we maintain our tax share. Is that correct? I don't know who wants to answer that. Who wants to answer the question?
This is Brandy. The city would retain the sales tax and the TOT tax, but the county would retain both the existing property tax base and the annual property tax increment for commercial under the terms of the master agreement.
And when we go back to renegotiate the annexation agreement, the housing or the residential and the commercial are being reconsidered. Is that correct?
So this project includes commercial, residential, and some agriculture. I believe the agriculture might also have a slightly different formula. I could double check on that. But yeah, all of those components would be considered. It'd be the whole property would be looked at.
So the difference is in the past, we've never had anything from annexations. So this would be the first time to study it and actually get that. So, okay, thank you.
Anything, Councilwoman Garcia? Okay, so just a couple of comments from me before we get into the nitty-gritty here. First of all, on the one hand, I'm happy that the county is considering a study to reevaluate the tax situation. On the other hand, I'm concerned that that might not work out to the city's favor. And so in line with Councilman Hammond's reference to other cities, I think it's incumbent upon us to engage the other cities in our county to be an active part and participant and witness to this study, because this is something that could go well for cities. If you're pessimistic, it could go poorly for cities. So this is not something that necessarily is a good thing for us. The second thing is the county will realize in its increased tax revenues once this annexation is accomplished and the development is completed. They're going to be receiving between $400,000 and $500,000 a year every year, and more money than they're receiving from the North County right now. And while we have no leverage to say how they should spend that money, I think that our city, and I would also engage the communities that are unincorporated in the city of Atascadero, to request that these additional funds be spent on services in the North County. My druthers would be they are spent on mental health services to address the issues that aggravate the homeless situation. And we need mental health facilities, mental health services. Everybody throws up their hands and says we have no money to do that. This is a significant piece of money that could be leveraged into real assistance in that area and could have a real impact. I think we need to make formal requests in that area, and we need to enlist all the help and all the support we can from other government electeds to make that happen too. Again, we have no leverage. We don't make that decision, but we certainly can make that request. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
I apologize. Okay, so we'll open public comment, and anybody would like to speak, please come forward and give us your name.
Good evening again, Dale Gustin, 945 Spring Street. And I'm glad to be back and looking at your faces again. It's been a while. I have a confession to make. Long time ago, Ben Reddick caught me falling asleep in this chamber and took a picture of me, and I paid for that. Well, I was having the same problem at home because I got too relaxed fighting to stay awake. It's easier to stay awake when it's live, so I'm glad we're back alive. And on this project, I have the concern. I know I harped on you for years about giving up the loop road, which would have solved the 46 West and 101 intersection, and didn't get anywhere on that. But now you're going to try and do a Band-Aid of realigning Vine Street. And then you want to contribute $1 million towards that project. I think the developer ought to pay for the entire realignment of Vine Street. Not only that, I think it should be in phase 1, not phase 2. If he wants to do this development and make it work with that, doing that signal where the realignment of Vine Street's going to connect to 46 West, make him pay for all of that. He's putting in quite a large project there. Let's not just hand it off with our money, our tax dollars, to make it work for him. Let's make him contribute, please.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to comment? Is there anybody on the line who would like to comment?
No, sir.
I see someone approach you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Tom Noya. I'm with Quorum Realty Funds. I've been processing this project for the last 12 years, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate all the efforts that the City Council and the staff have made to bring us to this point. We are excited about the opportunity to be a part of the City of Paso Robles and to make our contributions to making this project a reality and making the Vine Street realignment a reality after all these years. And so we're here today, hopefully, to see the next step being taken to making this project and everything it stands for and all the jobs it will create and the income that will bring to the city a reality. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, and I'm excited about the next step. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? Nobody online? We'll close public comment, bring it back to the council, and we can continue with our conversation. Mr. Hammond?
I got to compliment the developer. I mean, there's been so much water that's gone over rough and smooth. Tom, you guys have gone overboard to get it to this point. Again, I agree. Project is beautiful. Love to see it. My main issue is the fact not with development, but with the county. And I do see the door cracked open a little bit here, that there might be some opportunity that not only for Paso Robles, but other cities that might be able to benefit from our decision to fight this a little bit. Because again, it's not fair that we have to provide all the services to a development like this, and then the county gets all the revenue, so to speak. Of course, they do some help too, but again, it's just the proportional share that I think that this point in time, 2021, that our cities in this county need to push to reevaluate that discussion and make things happen. So, and Mayor Martin's comment about using it for mental health in our area, especially the homeless, it's a beautiful idea. If we can devote it that way and have resources that we don't have now currently, that would be a way for me to move forward. I would like to make a motion if no one else has.
Steve, hang on. I'm going to get back to you, John. Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that we've got the county for the first time willing to work with us, and with whatever this committee comes up with, the consultant. But we have to advocate that everybody's there at the table for the other cities, including ourselves, to make sure that happens. It's the first time they've opened that door, and I think that it's time to move forward, and our responsibility as a council is to be there to get the funds as much as we can and in a fair way. So, and I'm willing to make a motion or second, John.
Thank you. Other comments, Mr. Strong?
Yes, and I think it's important that everybody know all the facts. And this is a great project in many ways, but when it comes to who's paying for what, I think the public needs to know that normally in developments, especially for collector streets, the city builds the street and the developer gives us the property to do so. In this particular case, we're very fortunate that the developer is paying all the costs on the realignment of Vine Street down to jumping over the property that isn't theirs to connect to Highway 46 West. And that's the final bridge over that ravine. That's our responsibility. That's a lot less responsibility on that much road than you would normally have in new developments. So that's a big plus. Now, along that line, we're looking to actually be getting some help from the county possibly, which they've said they would possibly give us some help toward that, and also from the state and federal government through transportation authorization funds and bridge funds. But that goes through SLOCOG. And as your representative on SLOCOG and as the former chairman, I can tell you that it's almost at the top of the list, but not quite there in the region. So we still have hopes that with the extra money coming in now, post-COVID, that we may be able to get additional money and be able to put that project to bed. And as soon as that's done, then the developer can go ahead and do the rest of it. There's no sense in just building a road over to somewhere where it dead ends. That doesn't make sense. We've got to have the bridge that connects to Highway 46 West. Then everything else can proceed.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
My only comment, sir, we've been talking about this project for the past 2 years, but my only comment here is we've been talking about it. It's a great project, and them providing 2,000 jobs here. My only concern, I know this is down the road, but my only concern is workforce housing, which we've talked about. And so we're going to be bringing in those jobs. We're going to have to make sure that we have enough workforce housing for those jobs. Yeah, I just want to make sure I make that comment. That's what concerns me. It's great to have all those jobs, but where are the people going to live when all this comes to work?
Right, very good.
Thank you.
You've heard my comments, which I should have withheld until after public comments, so I apologize for that. I'm going to go back to Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion then to approve reinitiation and submittal of an application for annexation of the Gateway annexation project to LAFCO.
I'll second that. Do we need more clarification on that motion?
I think the motion was to move the staff recommendation approving the resolution. So I think the staff has to have direction.
Okay.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Move on now to discussion items. Item number 17 is the Downtown Parking Program Senior Permit Recommendations. Been wanting to talk about this for a long time. Mr. Lewis.
Good evening, Council. So I have Julie Dixon, our parking consultant, pardon me, as well as Donna King, our parking ambassador here. Ms. Dixon will be making a presentation and we'll have staff available for questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief. And if we could go ahead and move to the next slide. Thank you for having us tonight. Before we jump into the program, we always like to review the initiatives for those that aren't familiar with the project. The intention was really to, again, manage the on-street parking demand and to basically maintain occupancy rates, leveraging data to make data-driven decisions, and utilizing technology to really optimize the parking experience, which resulted in the employee parking permit program, as well as also generating a sustainable program that would be cost neutral by the end of 5 years. I think it's really important to anybody that's a newcomer to this project is to understand this was never intended to be a revenue generation tool for the downtown. It was intended to effectively manage parking throughout the downtown. Just a couple of other quick updates before we jump into the senior parking program. I'm very pleased to report that the police department has effectively completed their recruitment and evaluation for new parking ambassadors, and they have tendered job offers. Those applicants are in the background check process, and we are optimistic that they will clear that process and will hopefully be on the job by about October, and they will begin that training process. And one other important detail too, with June just closing, the paid parking revenue, basically we had one of our best months in the month of June, and we basically are year to date through June 30th, $46,000 in revenue generated, and that is compared to an annual total in 2020 of $42,000. So you can see we've already surpassed our 2020 numbers and are on track to maintain that performance as we continue through the summer. So if we go to the next slide, we'll jump into the reason why we are here today. And this is to discuss an update on the senior permit pilot program. We think it's important to highlight the fact that this program, when it was created to address the technical challenges that we had heard that some seniors were having with the program. And so it was something that was created as a result of that particular need. And we also want to reinforce, because we do get this question often, is that if you do have a disabled placard, you are exempt from registering or paying for parking. Again, you are not allowed to park in red zones or in front of a fire hydrant, but you are exempt from the payment program. Next slide. And so when we talk about the senior permit program, it started as a pilot back in March of 2020. And I think all of us can appreciate the fact that it basically launched right as shelter in place basically took hand. When the pilot initially came to fruition, it was intended for seniors 65 or older, and the permit pilot for the 6 month was for $30. And you could basically complete a paper application at the City Hall, at the Police Department, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Senior Center. And you needed a copy of your driver's license and an application and your permit. And the engagement basically resulted in utilizing the license plate, just like we do for the rest of our parking program. And as we go to the next slide, I think it was important to highlight that as a result of the pilot program, we actually only sold 13 permits. And the Downtown Parking Advisory Commission, one of their first actions was to actually extend the initial pilot program due to COVID, and the program was extended through March of 2021. And so it was at that time that when the recommendation came forward to council from the Parking Commission, and I do want to highlight and thank you to one of our Parking Advisory Commission members, Suzanne, did identify there were 2 errors in the staff report that I just want to call out and acknowledge. There was an error about the $5 per month. It was actually $5 per year, the initiative that was actually ending up being approved, and that it was actually the Parking Advisory Commission that recommended that the program should be $30 per year. And it was at the March 16th meeting that council voted and approved and changed the amount and approved $5 per year. And as we go to the next slide, that was when we basically had the overwhelming response to that program. And it was the city manager who on April 13th suspended the program. We received over 694, I shouldn't say received, we processed 694 senior permits. This was a very manual process, and it required approximately 230 staff hours to process the applications. I want to reiterate that this program was designed, again, to address technical challenges, and that is why it was all paper-based. And so there was manual entry and inputting and processing of payments and lots of manual processes along with that. The reason why the program was suspended at that time is because as a result of the current parking program, there are only 384 paid parking spaces available in the downtown. And that oversell of 694 is certainly well beyond our current inventory. So as a result, as we go to the next slide, with the program being suspended, a couple of statistics that came out of that is we went back and did some data analytics. I know that we spoke on this project in the past, and so when we went through before and identified the numbers of how many permits were purchased per household, the number of multiple permits that were purchased per household, how many were residents, how many were non-residents, how many were SLO County residents. Those were all details that we went into the previous meetings. And this was also a slide that we shared in a previous meeting to show that of the 494 that were sold, 450 have actually engaged the parking program in the past as well. Next slide. And when we came back to the April 20th meeting, that was when the program pause was extended for up to 90 days, basically to allow the Parking Advisory Commission to consider possible modifications and to make recommendations. And that's what we're basically here today to report on as we go to the next slide. And so we wanted to share a little bit of data. I do want to highlight, I mentioned the fact that we do have the job offers out for the new parking ambassadors, but in the interim, we are still fairly short-staffed. And so we were able to do data collection in May. We weren't able to do additional data collection in June, but I am going to talk about additional data collection as we go through this process. But I wanted to share for the week in May, where we continued the trend of being able to collect data 9 a.m., 12, 3 p.m., and 6 p.m., and we collected it through our study area. Next slide. And so you can see, as consistent with our previous experience, the highest demand continues to be during the lunch hour and during the dinner hour, but I'm sure that everyone can appreciate those bars being up at the 100% capacity. This is something that is absolutely cognizant. I think everybody has seen how packed the downtown is, but as we all know, the 80% occupancy or 85% occupancy mark being that we're full or near capacity, we are definitely there at this point in time. As we go to the next slide. So you can see just by the bar graph, again, that consistency on the weekdays and weekends, that popularity continues. Next slide. And we wanted to also share some of the data that we gathered during that week when we actually focused also specifically on the license plates. And you can see that of the senior permits, 10.5% of them were used at least one time during the week. And as you go to the next slide, you'll see that for that, we also had collected some manual data in April. And so you can see that at least for the week that we sampled in April and the week that we sampled in May, that the numbers were fairly consistent, that of the totals, basically about 10 to 11% of those permits are being utilized. We did want to share that we are still receiving inquiries from permit holders asking about their status, which we confirm. And we're also still receiving requests from applicants who want to know if they can purchase a senior pass. And I also wanted to reinforce that being able to forecast utilization really will rely upon data collection, which I'll mention here in a moment. That's an important factor to highlight because of the fact that we did sell the permits in the way that we did. Senior passes are not required to initiate their parking sessions when they park, again, keeping it to be very much contactless and seamless for the users, but we are not able to necessarily track the specific utilization of that permit. Next slide. And what this slide basically shows is that when we did the data collection in May, you can see based on the number of vehicles that we captured compared to the time of day of when the senior passes were out there, and that is collectively for the week. And you can see that most of the senior permits were being utilized at noon. And I also just wanted to highlight up there in the upper right corner, we wanted to include the employee parking permit program. And you can see in June that we had our highest utilization for employee parking permits at 270. Next slide. We also just wanted to be sure to include the off-street occupancy rates. You can see that we don't, at all of the facilities, we still have some underutilization at some of our locations, City Hall and Spring Street, with 12th Street and Railroad continuing to be our most popular and most prevalent. Next slide. And so as a result of the Downtown Parking Advisory Commission, the recommendation was basically to continue to honor the permits until they are expired and to not basically sell any additional permits and basically to allow data to continue to be collected. The intention is to reconvene with the Parking Advisory Commission on this matter in November to discuss the data that is gathered, which I'll mention here in a moment, and to then discuss the future senior permit program based upon the data that will be collected and provided by staff and the Dixon team. Next slide. And so one of those next steps, it'll be an important part of this process, is being able to collect. We are going to create a quarterly data collection plan that is not just solely for the senior parking pass, it's actually for the collective as a whole for the entire downtown, which will include designated days and weekends. That data will be collected quarterly at our designated times. We also think that it's very important, especially from the feedback received, that we post the raw data on the city's parking webpage. The intention is to collect data during August and October. This will allow the data results that will include occupancy, utilization, which means turnover, and also the senior pass usage, so that those summary results can be presented at the November PAC, and that will allow the PAC to prepare and propose the recommendations for the senior pass plan for 2022. Next slide. And so with that, that is what we had to share with you this evening, and I will close with that. And of course, the parking@prcity.com email address is still widely used and encouraged to the public if you have any questions about the parking program.
Thank you for those facts. So let's go to the council for questions. Ms. Garcia.
For Ms. Dixon, at the parking commission meetings, are they maybe having ideas of sharing the underutilization parking with Downtown Association to share that with the downtown businesses?
And so are you referring to the Spring Street, like I mentioned, or like the City Hall parking?
Correct.
So it's actually for the permit parking, it's just that the folks that are using the permits are tending to park, again, at Railroad at those locations. Those are just the most popular. We still have utilization at those, and that's why we also see with the increased employee permits being sold, I would anticipate the utilization at those other locations will continue to grow as we maintain consistent compliance throughout the downtown.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, Ms. Dixon, my question is, I guess we may not have enough data yet as far as the parking habits are going for the senior parking permits.
That's a fair statement. Yes, sir.
Okay. and I won't ask any questions about it. Thank you.
Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, Julie, with regard to of the permits that we have out there, it sounds like testimony is showing that we're getting, 10, 15% of them to use on a weekly basis? Is that kind of what I saw?
Yeah, it's about 10 or 11% from the trending that we saw in April and the trending we saw in May. So we don't have the data for June, unfortunately, and that was something obviously we'd hope to have for you all tonight. But that's also why we're going to have the defined data collection plan, so that way we can have those resources. And that's something that I know that the police department has had, several priorities over this last month in particular. So I know that commitment of resources, especially with the fair coming up, that was something that was also really important. We did not want to necessarily collect data during the period of the fair. That's another reason why we pushed to mid-August as well. And that way we can also make sure we have that resource allocation.
So again, going back to when we made this decision, I think, which was absolutely the wrong thing to do to sell it at $5 a year. How has that impacted the bottom line of the parking program?
Sure. I mean, it's something that we did the revenue forecast and anticipated, conservatively. Our original plan was that if we didn't have the senior passes and we continued with the 2 hours for free, that we were basically going to break even with a potential net upside of about $100,000 and some change. And so taking different variations, we basically demonstrated that over the 5-year period, that if 10% of the senior passes are consistently utilized, that the program will have a deficit of about $86,000 at the end of the 5 years. And that's only if 10% of the permits are utilized. And so, and again, we don't have enough data to show consistent trends. We just have those first 2 months, but we do show that offset will have an impact. And I should also highlight, Suzanne included in her note as well, that had the 694 permits been sold at $30, over the 5 years, that would have generated $102,000. We did not incorporate that into the accounting because obviously the permits were sold for $5. But I would say that her assumption and statement is a fair one that could be modeled when we come back with further data.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Strong?
Okay. Julie, I heard a statement that we were overwhelmed, and yet I'm looking at this, and at that 10%, that means 70 of the 394 spaces were being used by these permits. And how many of those were staying longer than the 2 hours that they would have been paying money?
That is a great question. Let me just look and see at my statistic here. Bear with me just 1 second. Right now, for the data that I have, I can only show today how frequently they were using the permit. I don't have the information on how long they were staying because of the fact that we're only doing the 1 round of data collection per data collection period. And because the senior customer is not initiating their parking session, I don't have a length of stay for this particular report.
May I suggest that that's a critical information for us to truly analyze fiscal impact? Because if it's less than 2 hours per stay, then there's no fiscal impact at all. And except for filing the papers originally, that's the only impact.
Julie, this is Chief Lewis. Maybe you can speak to the average. I know there were some statistics you shared regarding the average usage, and that might be able to, it's a pretty robust sample size, and it might be able to infer, what's going on as a trend overall, and that might help council.
No, that's a fair point, Chief. Fair point, Chief. I think that what the council member is referring to as well is that the majority of our customers do stay within the 2 hours. And so I think that that's a fair comment in that regard. And so the trend overall has been that the utilization is folks that are staying less than the 2 hours, but we do have the customers that do stay for 3, 4, and 5 hours. But the majority of our utilization is for within the 2 hour period.
And I would suggest that seniors are more likely to stay the shorter period because they'll come down for lunch and that's about it. And as your statistics show as to the use of those permits seems to be primarily at noontime, which would be lunchtime. But thank you so much for the information thus far. And I wish we could get more information on length of stay per permit.
So I have a couple of follow-up questions on that. Do I understand correctly it's difficult, if not impossible, to get the information that Councilman Strong is asking for? Because if I own a parking permit, then I don't go to the kiosk and initiate my stay. So there's really no way that you can, there's no way that our parking people can track how long those cars are parking, except they detect them once they're parked, and that may be 30 minutes after they park or an hour after they park. But since they don't initiate a parking episode, it's very difficult to track that utilization. Is that correct?
You have got that right. And the fact is that we're challenged already trying to collect the data. And in order to collect the type of data that is being requested, we would have to be circling the block basically for the entire data collection day. And we would have to be doing it at a very frequent basis. And right now we're barely able to staff to even do the 4 rounds of data collection. And that's why we have the data for May and not for June.
So it's kind of a catch-22. We need the information, but we can't get it because of the way we get the information.
Yeah, fair.
Okay. And then the comment that utilization is like between 10 and 15%. That's actually surprising to me, and if it continues to be a trend, would certainly lessen what I consider to be a much higher impact than that. But again, if we somehow manage to get our arms around this data and we determine that overall most of our seniors are parking less than 2 hours, then why would they want to pay the $5 a year? Because the 2 hours is free.
It's a fair point. It was, again, it goes back to that convenience of technology.
Yeah.
The intention of the program was so that they didn't have to interact with the machines.
Well, I'm a senior. I just want to make sure I understood that.
Well, I think it's because they just don't like the computer.
Well, and I got you. Any other questions before we? Okay, thank you. We're going to open to public comment. This is your opportunity to comment on this item. We invite you to come forward, give us your name. We give you 3 minutes, and welcome, sir.
Good evening again, Dale Guston, 947 Spring Street. Now, when this program was first being presented, I'd already attended a program up in Pleasanton. And it was a good working program. It was a time program, no paid parking. But I'm reminded of the flim-flam that Julie Dixon brought to you. Oh, it's going to pay for itself eventually. So we allocated $1 million for the program. But then the seniors don't like to do the kiosks. They don't. That's the answer to your question, Mr. Martin. Maybe you do, but a lot of them, they don't like to go hunt for a kiosk to put their license plate in and all that. So here's a parking program. As Suzanne said, charge $30. I'm a senior. In fact, my name is on the plaque on the front of the senior center. And yet I can't get a parking permit. Why? You don't like the seniors in this city? You're spitting in our face. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to comment? Welcome.
Welcome. It's so nice to see you all again. I'm Sally Reynolds, 193 Via Magnolia, Paso Robles. And I would like to discuss Julie's 5-year projection numbers. We talked about this in the Parking Advisory Committee, and there's no way that if nobody uses a senior pass, you will spend you will gain $53,746. If 5% of the people use it, you will lose $16,519. But if 10% use it, you're going to lose $86,786. That makes 0 sense. You can't go from 5 to 10. And we discussed this with Julie, and She did inflate those numbers, right, Julie? She did inflate them, and we were waiting for new numbers that made sense, because this does not make sense. So I never heard, because they went on pause and stopped the meetings. But we all were all waiting, who were listening or at that senior, at that parking commission meeting, we were all waiting for new numbers, because these really don't make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? Do we have anyone online?
We do. Jana Albin.
Welcome, Jan.
Thank you very much again. I have a couple of comments, and one of them is that out of 694 permits, there was very low usage. And I think that that's what you really do have to keep in mind, that just because the seniors have those permits, there's going to be very low usage, and one senior household is probably only going to use that permit once, maybe twice a week at the most. So that's one thing you really do have to consider. These are not folks who go downtown every single day and stay for 8 hours at a time. The second thing is that when you talk about the time that it takes you to enter a permit into the system, well, I want to say then, I got to question the system. That's number one. But secondly, once you've entered that person's information into the system, if they come back next year to renew that, then there's no more information to enter. And if you're going to do a maximum number of senior permits, that's going to be pretty low staff time to enter those permits on a yearly basis. So I think you have to look real hard at that. If it takes 20 minutes to enter a permit, then, maybe you want to revise your software system. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Anyone in the room have second thoughts and want to talk? Okay, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to the council. Julie, are you still online?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Could you please comment on the person's comments regarding the figures that you had been dealing with as far as potential loss in revenue depending on the different utilization scales of the senior parking permit?
Yes, as the chief was referring to, is that we basically have different stays for different times. Basically, the percentage, the allocation of people that are staying for 3 hours, 4 hours, and longer. And so the reason why it's not just a 1-to-1 ratio of, for, every 3 hours times X and 4 hours times X, we actually applied the percentages based on utilization, based on the system's performance. And so that's why you see the different formula being applied based on the ratios of how it is today. And so the forecasting for the revenue was utilizing those actual percentages. So that's why it's not that 1-to-1 for each tier. It's actually applying the utilization percentages that are utilized by the system so that we were getting a true representation of the actual infrastructure and how it's being utilized. And that's why the numbers, it's hard for somebody outside to just do a clear, easy math formula and that's why we were talking about the transparency and why we want to put that information onto the parking website moving forward so that everybody can really understand how the formula is calculated, and it is based on the system performance.
So as we discussed earlier, some of these figures are based on the granularity of the data that you have to work with. What's your opinion of the error of margin in your figures for potential losses? I mean, 17,000 to 86,000, is that plus or minus 5,000, or what are we looking at here?
So I think that they're actually fairly conservative numbers. I mean, everything that we've always said has absolutely been very conservative. And so when I tell you that we've used we're obviously using the ratios of what the parking utilization is today, and we're forecasting that out basically by 5 years. So it's actually tough to assign what the variance would be, but I would just go ahead and say, plus or minus about 5%, I think is fair. But again, you never know when the, next major whoever thought a pandemic would have, come upon us, but also what's the next big restaurant or the next big draw into the downtown. So those are factors that obviously can have a positive impact as well on that trend. And a great example is the month of June. The performance that we had, we had some assistance from the police department, some additional personnel that were out there supporting Donna, and that is evident in the compliance factors. It's another reason why we had the big jump on the number of employee parking permits, because we had the consistency of the coverage out there. So those are numbers that are, again, going to help on the positive as well.
Okay, thank you. Other council comments? Mr. Hammond?
I'll float this out there. Again, the recommendation here, of course, is to, extend the pause of the senior permits. Julie, I'm just wanting to figure out, what I've kind of figured out is that most people, again, just don't want to have the hassle to log in. In other words, they want their license plate already in the system. So they drive downtown, they do nothing. It's already there. What if we were to not so much open up the senior permit, but allow permits to be sold at a value that allows anybody in the city, in the city limits, in other words, our residents, to buy a permit where they could do that, just that. Their license plate is entered into the system, and they do have parking available without entering their plate physically. Does the system, or can the system do that?
So it really comes down to some of the business rules of, how long are they allowed to stay for. But I also want to highlight one thing that I think is really important, is the fact that when the pandemic hit, you all weren't even in your first full year of operation. And so when we talk about like the true utilization, what the actual effects of the program are, for that, being able to really measure and monitor and effectively make those recommendations, I think that's part of the reason why, even with the senior parking program, if the utilization is 10%, those are things that if that trend continues, the conversation we'll be having in November could be one that, could be completely different than, some of the things that have been chatted about in the past months. But that's why we talk about making data-driven decisions. But when it comes to that potential resident permit, I think it's going to be a matter of, right now, the system, it's not like a parking garage where you go through a gate arm and a gate arm basically kind of reads your car. It's an open street system, and we don't necessarily have the infrastructure that's monitoring or managing that. And then the one challenge that we'll also run into is length of stay. And then, if I'm a resident and I'm also a downtown employee, can I then just park in front of the business and stay there all day long? And those are some of the challenges that we obviously, what kind of got us into this place of making sure that we had those long-term folks parking off street and away from the businesses.
Okay, what I was not, and I didn't make it totally clear, was that that if somebody were to buy that sort of a permit, that they would automatically get the first 2 hours free, but then this would be including another 2 hours. So a maximum of 4 hours visit that would be allowed without logging in physically.
So you'd have to increase your infrastructure with your personnel and your infrastructure to be sure that people were adhering to those time limits.
Right. Well, if it can't do it, that's what I'm saying. I just didn't understand if it could be done.
Yeah. Chief Lewis, you'd had something to say.
Sure, maybe I can interject a little bit too. I think one of the going back to the reason we started the program was to make available space.
To turn it over.
And I think that one of the things that the data, even irrespective of the senior parking permit program, is that we're still pushing 100% occupancy a lot of the time in the downtown core. Despite using parking permits, we can see that the off-street parking is not being utilized to its fullest extent. The outer rim parking is still not being used to its fullest extent. but everything around the core is almost at 100% regularly. So I think that part of the thing that we're going to have to evaluate, depending on council's decision tonight, is how we move forward with respect to achieving our goals and how the senior parking permit program plays into that. Part of the difficulty with this is we made some commitments, and I think that, when we talk about utilization, we can give you statistics that would numb your mind regarding how many of the seniors permits have actually used the kiosk versus how many have used the app, which the app by far and away is the choice by most people. And Julie can probably speak to those if you're interested. But the main driver of this, again, is trying to create turnover in the parking. And at this point, we're still struggling to achieve that, at least in the downtown core.
Thank you.
Mr. Gregory.
So do we need a motion on this, or is it just a recommendation?
No, we're gonna want to give direction.
Yeah.
So my comment is they need more time to find out how they're using their permits for the senior program. I'm just going to speak of the senior parking program only. And I think we wait for them to come up and give us the statistics so we can make a good decision.
Okay.
So I'm in favor.
Any other
of the
comments,
pause.
Ms. Garcia?
I'm just wondering, it says here to reconvene in November. Is that just when the next meeting is, or, I mean, we're in July, so they're not gonna, the parking commission is not gonna meet till November?
I think that the idea between that next meeting, and I apologize, I don't have the calendar in front of me, is to give us enough time to prepare for the March expiration that we would be up against, to look at the data that everybody's referring to, have a larger data set to compare, and then make some decisions based upon that.
Plus you'll have more staff, right? How many more parking, who's gonna help?
So
Or
we
is it
have,
2 more?
of course, Donna is in her position, and then we're in the process of hiring 3 part-time staff to be able to help us with this. Right now, we're reallocating some of our community service officers that are usually dedicated to patrol functions to, they're kind of doing some crossover between that. So we're really struggling to be effective in the downtown parking program.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have something else, Fred?
Yeah, but that would be no matter whether we had these permits or not, you're going to have that extra personnel for the permit, the parking process, right?
That's correct.
So that has nothing to do, in a sense, with the seniors.
I was just saying that they're gonna collect more data.
That's right. So with additional staff, we'll have more people collecting more data, and we'll be able to have, more.
The ones we are representing here. And if it's our primary purpose to serve them and give them the services that they need and they require, then we have to look at this a little bit differently than just how many dollars and cents are being spent or what the cost is. And I think that was the whole thing with the parking permit in the first place. And that is the whole downtown parking permit or limitation thing was because the employees were taking up all the spaces. And we have been trying to get the employees out. Now, if the employees are back there using the spaces anyway, because they found a way to just move every 2 hours or whatever, I don't know what the answer is going to be. I think the extended hours are probably going to curtail that a little bit. But I could see where if we did the license plate recognition, and if all downtown employers were required to file the license plate numbers of their employees with the police department, then they could track and see if they were parking in the downtown spaces that were reserved for people other than the employees. So I think there are other things we could look at that have nothing to do with what we're looking at tonight. But I question if November is really an appropriate time if we're going to continue the process of the program to come up with the best way to continue it. If the current system isn't quite working, then maybe we have to alter that a little bit, restrict it by zip code or something else. If we're going to restrict it just by who lives in the city limits, that's going to be difficult to regulate. And I think then we're hurting some of our regular customers that we've been catering to for the life of this city. Our entire Pioneer Day parade is to thank customers. Those customers were a lot of the ranchers that don't live in the city limits. And that's why we created a whole celebration. We don't want to exclude them from our downtown parking. And I would think that we would maybe want to do it more by zip code than just by the city limits. Just a thought for the future.
Okay, so a couple of comments from me. First of all, the suggestion that because this is a city service, that we should somehow lower the bar as far as cost effectiveness is not making a lot of sense to me, because everything we do is city service. Everything we do is a service for citizens. We go through a 2-year budget process determining how much we're going to spend on streets, how much we're going to spend on police, how much we're going to spend on recreation. And we don't say, but this is a service to the citizens, so it doesn't matter if we operate at a loss. In fact, one of our primary policies is that we are financially responsible and remain solvent. So I don't really think that argument holds water. As far as tracking license plate numbers and demanding that employers register and list their employees' license plate numbers, I can't imagine the emails and phone calls I'm going to get on that one. For everybody who thinks that government reaches too far, that might ring a big bell for them. And not only that, but that and relegating parking to specific zip codes only increases the manpower necessary to process applications, increases the amount of time necessary, increases the cost of making this program, which we have been currently only charging $5 a year for. That's not going to make it more cost effective. It's going to make it less cost effective. I want to go back to something that Chief said. Our original goal here was to liberate some parking downtown, to solve some problems we had downtown. Folks who haven't tracked this know that over the years we have done multiple parking surveys. The last time we had people in this room demanding we do something about the parking problem downtown, and the council said, okay, we're going to do something. And we've done something. And the people that I talk to, including businesses downtown, like the parking kiosks. They don't get a lot of complaints. Our visitors, who make up the bulk of our business, are used to paying for parking wherever they go. It's convenient. They get the first 2 hours for free. It is a deal. And as far as our seniors, I was very happy to hear tonight that we have actually isolated the reason for wanting to provide a senior parking permit. Because previously the argument was seniors were so infirm, they couldn't figure it out. And frankly, I think that's nonsense. Again, being a senior, I'm offended by that. Not to say there aren't seniors that aren't infirm and need help, and we're all here to help them and help them through difficult situations. I got to get out of the car. I got a bad hip, okay? It hurts. I got to get out of the car. I got to open my gas tank. I got to put the nozzle. I got to pull my credit card out. I've got to stick it in the machine. I've got to, oh, wait a minute, I've got to remember my bank code and put that in. And yet nobody is coming to me and saying, you poor senior, let me help you pump your gas. Maybe if you paid $5, we'd have somebody here to do it for you. So I just think this whole thing is much ado about nothing. And finally, for the people who think that I'm spitting in the face of seniors, I think our seniors are a lot more capable than people have described them. I think that I hold our seniors in much higher regard than some people do. I think they're competent, I think they're smart, and I think that they're able to do what needs to be done in the great majority of cases. And those cases where they can't, we've always been there to help them. I think this is overkill. I think it's inefficient. I think it's a poor use of public funds, and I don't think it's serving the citizens of Paso Robles, whether you're a senior or not.
Mr. Mayor.
Somebody want to make a motion?
Well, Mr. Mayor, could I make one last comment? Not to argue with you.
No, please argue away. That's why we're here. Go ahead.
Not to argue with you. But one thing I think we have to consider as we're looking at this thing is why was it when we already had the permits at $30 a year, we had only 13 sold in all that time. As soon as we dropped it to $5 a year, we had 694 issued and more that refused.
May I answer that question?
So the dollar and cents does make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's the reason that when I go out to lunch, I don't buy a $30 hamburger. Okay? Because it's not worth it to me. Okay? A $5 hamburger is just fine, thank you. So for the people that say, you know what, it's not worth $30 a year to buy a parking permit because, frankly, when I go downtown, I only park 2 hours or less anyway. It's just an inconvenience. It's just an inconvenience for me that somebody else should pay for. Thank you, sir. Public comment is closed. Mr. Gregory.
So I'll make a motion, but statistics on the number of people who applied for those senior permits, 450 of them used the kiosks. So
they already did. Right.
So I would entertain a motion for staff recommendation.
Right. So The recommendation is to extend the pause in the senior program with the existing 694 permits sold under the current terms and conditions until they expire, based on the recommendations of the Downtown Parking Advisory Commission, to allow time for the Downtown Parking Advisory Commission to reconvene November 21, and allow the experts to study the statistics and allow the experts to come up with solutions, not the city council.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No, sir.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
No.
Mayor Martin?
Aye, motion passes 4-1. We're going to take a 10-minute break, folks. Thank you. Enjoy, dance, talk among yourselves. Thank you. Hope you all enjoyed that brief respite. We're going to continue on with our agenda this evening. And I believe we are up to item number 18, the consideration of accelerating Country Club neighborhood road repairs for Zone 4E. Do we have a staff report, please?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, sitting in for Christopher Olako as the Public Works Director. Tonight, we're making, Kristen Fervanti, who's our Assistant Capital Projects Engineer, will be making this presentation.
Council members and Mr. Mayor and public. Tonight, I'll be presenting item 18. This is consideration of accelerating the Country Club neighborhood road repairs. And we refer to that as Zone 4E in our pavement maintenance project portfolio. This is the updated 6-year street maintenance repair plan circa February of 2020. And this shows which projects are scheduled for which fiscal years. Tonight, we're talking about the fiscal year 2023-24, and there you can see the Country Club neighborhood. You might not be able to see that well, but it's Zone 4E, and the residents are requesting, along with the Architectural Control Committee, Country Club Architectural Control Association, to move this project up 1 year to fiscal year 2022-2023. Here is a visual of the zones that we use to talk when we plan our paving projects. And so you can see 4E is in the middle, and then we've got 4D and 4G off to the side. And here you can see the pavement condition index. This comes from our Street Saver pavement management program. The colors are representative of the pavement condition index of the corresponding road. So you can see the red is 0 to about 15 PCI on a scale of 1 to 100, or 0 to 100. And then the dark orange would be 16 through 30, and yellow, it's 31 through 45. And then that green strip is Country Club Drive. It's I think it's at an 85 right now, and that's because the first year of the supplemental sales tax program, it was one of the collectors that was selected to be repaired. So it's holding pretty strong. And the rest of the streets are in very poor condition. They are over 40 years old and have exceeded any measure of pavement life that you could think of. And so here is a breakdown by street of the pavement condition, or of the pavement condition index. And T Court is under 10. It's at 8. The rest of the streets are in double digits. You can see in this picture that the pavement's exhibiting raveling off to the left-hand side, and you can see the asphalt coming through, previous pothole repairs, and some of the streaky residue from having a black rock slurry seal. I believe that may be the only treatment this neighborhood, aside from Country Club Drive, has received since it was constructed initially. And another thing to note is that there is no sidewalk. So when the tract was accepted into the city, the requirement for sidewalk facilities was waived. And therefore you see residents walk in the street to get where they're going. And the residents have concern on the timing of the paving project and would like to move it up to fiscal year 2022, 2023. So this request is definitely understandable. It's not unique. We do hear a lot from the residents in the Melody Drive, Lana area, and Palm Court, and they have similar concerns about health and safety of motorists and pedestrians. Those neighborhoods, or that street in that neighborhood is scheduled for fiscal year 2024-25. And just to give an idea of the challenges in deciding how you do your street program, this zone or the Melody Lana neighborhood has an average PCI of 23 and Palm Court's at 0. So you can see they have more than 10 road sections with PCIs below 10 and very, very poor condition. This is Lana Street. It has a PCI of 0 and similar alligator cracking, potholes, base failure, all of the above. Same with Palm Court, very raveled. One notable difference is that both of those neighborhoods, or that neighborhood and the street Palm Court, do have sidewalks. So how do we choose our pavement projects? And council's very well versed in this. We use our pavement management system. It's Street Saver, and it's a database of every street segment that belongs as part of our network of streets. And we use critical point management. So that's where you catch a street before it falls into a more expensive category of repair. So you may see streets being completed that don't look very bad, but they're getting a cheap or less expensive treatment to try and keep them in this upper range of the pavement deterioration curve. Because as you get down to the lower end of this pavement deterioration curve, you're losing your impact of the effectiveness of your dollar. In other words, it will be a remove and replace whether you do it this year or 3 years down the road. Whereas if you're on the upper end of the pavement curve, it may be 1 year you could do a slurry seal, and then if you wait too long, you're moving into an overlay, and that gets much more expensive. So construction costs are increasing. We've seen it across the board, and it's happening nationwide. So by doing the country club streets earlier, we could see some savings from that point of view. Currently, our supplemental sales tax program that was passed in 2012, that's Measure E12, is funding streets as they go. So as the money comes in, we're getting it out on the street as soon as possible. And when we updated our costs for the projects to finish out the program, we noticed that the costs were exceeding the projected funds to be coming in for supplemental sales tax. So council directed the use of some of the Measure J funds, J20 funds, which was the more recent sales tax that was passed, to bridge that shortfall. And if we were to, because of that, if we were to accelerate the Zone 4E project, which is Country Club, then we would need to use an interfund loan to transfer from the general fund 3.5 million. And so staff's recommendation is to as an alternative to altering the street maintenance and repair plan, we would just work with the Country Club Architectural Control Association to explore ways to satisfactorily address their concerns until repaving is completed. If we were to go and modify the program, it could lead to a problematic precedent. You could see with the Lana and Melody neighborhoods where other neighborhoods may want to do the same thing, and our resources are finite. So that's so staff recommendation is to keep our current plan. And with council's permission, Public Works did receive a 6-ish minute video from the residents that they requested to play before public comments. So if that's...
So my request of you is, will this video be part of the staff presentation?
Yes.
In that case, it's allowed.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Hi, my name is Eric Smith. I live at 1036 Putter Avenue. This is actually Parr Avenue. And we have a major problem here with our streets. These streets have been in this condition for close to 30 years. The city will come out and patch them once in a while, but we got a lot of kids, a lot of dog walkers, a lot of elderly that walk these streets. We're not asking for sidewalks, but they have to walk near the gutter and in potholes, and it just become a major safety issue. And so we're taking it upon ourselves to get with the city and say, hey, you know what? It's time that our neighborhood be put first. So we're asking for the city to start the planning process immediately. It's going to take about a year for them to plan and to redo these streets. They're going to have to take it all the way down and put new base. We know it's going to be expensive. And so what we're asking for is that they start the planning process and get it done immediately.
I'm Joy King and live here on Putter. We've been here almost 6 years. We moved into town because of our age.
What's the problem with the streets for you?
One, well, of course, walking is rough and there's no sidewalks, which would certainly help if we did have some. And the other thing is I drive quite a bit, and even though they've worked on the streets this week, you already see chunks of asphalt coming up that you have to dodge. And on down the street here, there's one place that if you're meeting a car coming around the curb, you have to pull over and it's so darn rough on your car, you're afraid you're tearing it up. To fix it, it almost needs to be completely torn out and new asphalt, because like I say, the old asphalt just keeps coming up. Even though they've just patched it, there's just another spot the next day.
Hi, Gary Andrew. This is 1028 Putter. I've lived here for 6 years. My parents lived here since 2002. I've been visiting Paso Robles since then. And unfortunately, the streets are in worse shape than when they started and haven't been repaired, as far as I know, in over 20 years. They come by every once in a while, do a little patch on the edge, which is a Band-Aid at best, breaks up. I pulled chunks of street out of my front yard all week long. I walk my dog, and I can trip and fall down on chunks of asphalt that are 6 inches across, 3 inches deep. And I'm in good shape, but a lot of the people who live around here are old. I mean old, like retired 20 years ago old, like my parents. And they walk the streets with no sidewalks, and it's not safe. It's really a bad situation. I'd like it if the city could fix these streets. They need to be scraped. They need to be taken down to the base, because obviously I've talked to the city crews and they weren't built well, but we do pay taxes on this. And I'd like my streets to work like the rest of Paso Robles.
Hi, my name is Matilda.
Okay, Matilda, tell us what's wrong with the streets.
They're really rough and broken.
And how does that affect you with your riding?
Well, like if there's like a piece of asphalt that's out of place, it's really easy to just ride over it and fall over.
Okay, and what do you think would fix the problem?
People just come pave the road, but
Well,
they don't.
what people?
Like people who pave the road.
Daryl Stoltz. I live here at 1010 Parr
Announce
Avenue
early, announce
for
often.
the past 10 years in Country Club Estates.
What's the problem with the streets?
God, they're become a health and safety issue. People here in this neighborhood have been requesting from the city that these streets be repaved or redone. They've been telling me for 20 years. We're an active neighborhood. We don't have any sidewalks, but we have people that come to our neighborhood to walk their dogs, to ride their bikes. We have a lot of seniors in our neighborhood, and it's an issue because the streets are falling apart. The solution would be to repave them, but something needs to be done. We feel like as a neighborhood we've been neglected. We just feel like we've been left behind, that no one is paying attention to us.
And then that closes out our presentation on this item.
Okay, thank you. Council questions? Mr. Strong?
Yes. In moving it up 1 year, because there's only so much money, for the number of dollars that you've got allocated for this project, what other projects would have to be moved back?
Let me answer
You
that.
showed us that chart in your presentation.
Detus has your answer.
Oh,
We're
Detus.
not recommending because it would not be, let me back up. So the people on the list of streets have been adopted by the city council since
Right.
February 2020. And whenever a resident calls and asks, where am I on the streets list and what year am I slated for, we give them this chart.
Right.
And for us to suddenly tell them, we bump you out and move someone else, that's not a precedent you want to establish.
I agree.
And so what we're recommending is if you want to move up Country Club sooner than what's put on this list that you adopted, that instead of eliminating someone in front of them and bumping them out, that you would tap into the general fund reserves, find money elsewhere, continue with the list, and then at the time that Country Club rolls in, we would return that money at the time that they would have been. So we're not recommending bumping anyone off the list. That is something that I don't think you would want to do.
I agree. Thank you.
Councilman Garcia? No? Any other questions? John?
Yeah, it is. What is the plan that is, all these different PCI indexes that we have? If this, when it comes up again in 23, 24, what were we planning on doing? In other words, sounds like, and the testimony shows, asphalt gone, base was never really correct. So we'd be going down base, bringing base back up, and then asphalt, and that's the plan?
Yes, the plan is to do an overhaul of the street. The plan is not just to put a Band-Aid or anything of the sort. It's an actual project to reconstruct the road to make it best. And actually, I think we have the wrong chart here. This one says it's $2,367,000. That's an old number. It's actually $3.5 million to do Country Club. And just to reiterate, this plan that was adopted by the city council was using the E12 supplemental sales tax. As we projected it, and that's why here it was $2.3 million, but when we checked it, prices had gone up, and so we had to bump all these numbers. Yeah. So this chart is incorrect. It's the old number, and when Ryan cranked out his numbers, there's not going to be enough E12 to cover the 6-year plan that was adopted. So in June, it was presented to you that says you can either take away the streets that's on the list or make the commitment to the public. These are the streets we're going to do. And if we need to supplement it, we will supplement it with the J20 funds so that we are committed to these streets. And that's what you chose at the last council meeting when you adopted the budget. So we're already tapping into the J20 funds to meet the commitment that was adopted in February 2020.
So again, one of the options sounds like is to, you mentioned that, find money or basically come from reserves or somewhere to do things faster or quicker and then repay it when their time comes back up.
Correct.
And I'm open to that, not only for Country Club, but I'm talking all the other streets that are, there's plenty of them that are, as bad or worse. Some even to the PCI 0 level, right? Getting into the weeds there a little bit, but the point is, again, I just wanted to find out options here that we might be able to do. And this is in all my years as an elected official, I've never seen a presentation like that. That was pretty cool. Well done. But at any rate, it's getting the point across that these people are passionate about trying to take care of the streets, as well as all others. But the point is, if we can do something with maybe rearranging funds, I'd be interested in hearing staff's recommendation.
Well, I'm going to have to defer to Ryan about that. If you decide to tap into other funds to do, what are you saying, that change all these dates?
So let's get an implementation after we decide.
Okay, I don't understand that.
We're getting into.
Okay, Steve?
So Detus, because we have the rolled concrete curbs, we don't have to tear those out, you just replace everything between them, correct?
Yeah, we will be just fixing the
So you-
road surface.
So you grind everything out there,
Right.
rebase it, and then pave it.
Yes,
And then.
just like we did Country Club.
Right. And I think we did this, I sit on the, both of the supplemental tax funds. I think we did this for another project where we borrowed ahead a little bit. I can't remember which one it was, but I think it was 2017. But I think it'd be a really good idea to go ahead and bump it ahead as long as we have enough reserves. We don't have enough reserves to do all of the streets, by the way, just to let you know. But I think it's really important. I do like the philosophy of let's not bump anybody. Maybe we can, with the proper design program by our financier back there, we could borrow the money and then pay it back in the year it comes.
So again, implementation after we make a decision.
Yeah, right. Yep. So, okay.
Any other question? I got a couple of questions. So I got a couple of questions here. You know, we've prioritized street repairs based on our PCI philosophy. Okay, but I'm thinking, and my question is there a differential between PCI, the condition of the road, and whether or not it's going to quickly fall into disrepair and become more expensive to fix, and immediate safety? Because the message I'm getting from these folks are, it doesn't just look bad, somebody's going to get hurt. Is there a difference between the PCI prioritization and, oh my gosh, we got to do something about this?
So let me explain. So the critical point management that we apply using PCI really works well for streets that are on the top rank. But what we're saying is once the street is at the down level, there's really nothing, I mean, waiting another year is probably not going to hurt as far as costing more or anything like that. So at that point, it doesn't help to move it up a year or anything like that unless you have that safety.
Right. So from a cost perspective, I get that. But
Right.
from a public safety perspective, I'm just wondering, you know, is that it's kind of a different prioritization
Right.
process?
Yeah, it's different at that point.
The other thing is we talked about the lack of sidewalks here, and we've had that kind of discussion before and why that happened that way. When we go out and do this massive reconstruction on a street like this, this does not going to trigger like a complete street project where we have to put in sidewalks and curbs and gutters and.
No, we don't have to do curbs and gutters. We don't have to do sidewalk. We can just do the streets because that's how the city council at that, you know, when it was adopted, when it was accepted into the city system, that's how the council accepted it. So we just go from there.
Because I know we've kind of got bitten there a couple of times. Where
Right.
This should be a simple project, but oops, now it's $1 million.
Right. No, in fact, if you recall, when we did Country Club Drive, they have the rolled curbs. We didn't touch those. We just did the street.
There's no ADA compliance issues with fixing these streets,
Correct.
Okay.
Because
good.
there's no, it's not being provided.
Thank you. Any other council questions? Okay. Okay, no council questions. We're going to open for public comment. This is your opportunity to speak. We invite you to come forward to the microphone, bring a speaker ID card if you haven't already filled one out, and we'll give you 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, before I start, I want to thank you all for a job that you're doing. You should be commended. I'm a native of Monterey County. There's a city in Monterey County that has a billboard that says it's happening in Soledad. Well, I think it's happening in Paso Robles. So I'm glad to now be a resident of Paso Robles. I've been a resident of Paso Robles for 17 years. I'm here today. My name is Robert Eddington, and I am the current president of the Paso Robles Golf Course Architectural Control Association. That's the proper. The specific purpose of the Paso Robles Golf Course Architectural Control Association is merely to supervise, control, and enforce the declaration of restrictions within the tract. That's limited to land use, building types, roofings, dwelling size, building locations, landscaping, nuisances, recreational vehicles, temporary structures, fencing, and livestock. We have no jurisdiction or say-so in the maintenance of any public parcels or roadways. Those are your responsibilities. Our dues are merely $25 a year, and that's merely for miscellaneous expenses and clerical costs. We consist of 223 properties. With the exception of Country Club Drive, none of the streets have been touched, with the exception of a skin coat, which was referenced. It's been limited to patching of potholes, and many times not until the residents of the area have actually complained about it. I'm glad you mentioned annexation tonight. The Paso Robles Country Club was actually annexed in 1960. That's been over 62 years. The streets are your responsibility, and I'm glad that Fred Strong mentioned what stated what your job is here. Your job is to represent us, the citizens, and that includes Country Club, which we feel has been neglected for 62 years. In 2018, Rick Brandt, my vice president, started communications with the city of Paso Robles. We were met by Dick McKinley from the city of Paso Robles at our association meeting. He attended it and presented to us an update of the city's plans. It included phase 1 and phase 2 and showed, much like your diagram, what streets were included. Well, Paso Robles Country Club was to be included in phase 2, and that was only if a ballot item passed. Well, it didn't pass. So we were then again moved. While he didn't suggest it, it was mentioned and discussed that, well, perhaps Country Club should consider imposing an additional tax on the residents of that community. Well, we don't think that's fair. You don't ask that of any other areas. And frankly, we don't believe that it's acceptable. We've complained repeatedly about the conditions of our streets to the city of Paso Robles. We have no sidewalks. We're not asking for sidewalks. As you've said, it's not necessary. At this time, the Paso Robles Golf Course Architectural Control Association would like to publicly state that our streets are not safe and present a true safety hazard. If you continue to ignore Paso Robles Country Club, it could become a liability issue for you, the city of Paso Robles. And we'd like you to consider that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Daryl Stoltz. I live at 1010 Parr Avenue, and I've lived at that location for 10 years. I just want to thank you guys for all that you do. It's the first time I've been here for an evening like this, so I'm learning a lot about the public process. I'm glad Robert made the comment about the age of the streets. I mean, in my mind, those streets are at least 50 years old, but what I've learned is they're more like 60 years old. And so they're not safe. I love it that you guys are open to the idea of moving us up on the agenda. We appreciate that very much. You know, the PCI index, pavement condition index, you guys have a system of quantifying the condition of these streets. The street I live on, Parr Avenue, is a 15. It's about as low as it gets. And if you look at some of the ones that are ahead of us, they're not that low. And so I'm really happy that you guys are agreeable to that idea. I think it would be equitable to other people. And the fact that we do not have sidewalks is a problem, you versus other neighborhoods. We do have the country club, which is part of our neighborhood. And to me, it's a gem. And it's been wonderful that it's remained open during the pandemic. A lot of locals enjoy it. But we get traffic that comes in and out of there, and people will leave there and they'll buzz some of the other streets like Parr and Fairway and the like. And anyway, but people ask, well, God, what's wrong with your streets? What a great neighborhood. And anyway, there's lots of room for improvement. I don't have much else to add except that I think the idea of moving it up is a priority, is important. It is a health and safety issue, and I want to thank you guys for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. I gave you a packet earlier. If you could turn to the page after the pictures, it has my tax bill.
Could we get your name, please?
My name is Eric Smith. I'm at 1036 Putter Avenue. I'm here to talk about the country club streets and that they are a safety issue. We feel like the city has ignored us, left us behind, and we are asking for immediate action. I'm going to talk about three things today. Number one, the community is asking for this. Number two, where does the money come from? And number three, do we deserve it? So the community is asking for this. There's also a petition in front of you. I have the actual petition here. It is signed by 192 people. We have 147 households. 136 of them have signed. That's 92.5%. And only because of a lack of being able to contact them is the reason why the others have not signed. We've been asking for this for a long time. You also have an email to Jim App, who was the city clerk back in 2012. The same problems that we were asking for in 2012 and some pretty much of the same answers were done back then 9 years ago and goes way back further than that. I want to reiterate, we are not asking for sidewalks. We understand that's going to be cost prohibitive. And also, you probably wouldn't take away the street. You would probably take away the front yard of the residents. So that's not something that we want. Now, where does the money come from? Well, the money comes from we're going to have to borrow the money from the general fund. The money is in the budget for 2023. And in order to do this, we're going to have to borrow the money. There's also a Measure D that was passed in 1998, and I'm paying for this on my tax bill. It's called the Paso City Fund. People voted on it as a capital improvements and public works bond. It actually has a $1.8 million surplus. So maybe we can look into that also. Then it will be paid back by the J20 half-cent sales tax, the E20 1/2% sales tax, and it's going to be a short-term loan as this money is already allocated in 23-24. Now, moving on to do we deserve it? If you look at my tax bill, that's this one right here, of the 1% tax that I pay to SLO County, 18% of that goes to the city of Paso Robles. In addition, if you go all the way down to that Paso City bond that I talked about, above and beyond that is a 0.363%. Last year I paid $161 into that bond. So turn the page, will you? To here, this is the property taxes paid by Tract 147 Country Club Estates. 2021, we are going to pay $143,000 to the city. That's not just our property taxes, to the city.
Sir, I sense you have a lot to say, but your 3 minutes are up. Can you summarize?
I'm done right here. I want you to look out to 40 years. 40 years, we've paid $3.2 million to this city. And that does not include from 1960 to 1980. So I'm leaving 20 years out of this chart here. So do we deserve it? So I've talked to you about, does the community want it? Where's the money come from? And do we deserve it? Not only that, it's a major safety issue. When you go out to your sidewalks, I know you live in the Melody neighborhood, and so does Councilwoman Garcia. You enjoy a sidewalk when you walk down the street. We don't.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone who'd like to speak?
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Meacham, and this is my daughter, Matilda.
She's running for council?
Yeah, I was going to say, is that
Can we get a
She's
picture
quite
with her after
passionate
this?
about this. And she one day asked me if she could write a letter, and Eric asked if she would read it. So enjoy. She's an avid writer.
Excellent.
You can't do it. Okay, I'll read for her. When you're driving on a road, you don't even notice how nice it is. It's not full of cracks and potholes, just a nice city road. But when you come onto Putter Avenue and Fairway Drive, it's disgusting. The roads look old and beaten up. I have lived on these roads for 10 years, and trust me, it kills to fall on these streets. The pants that have been torn, the skin that has fallen off of mine and others' legs bring unhappiness to us. If you fall on other roads, you may skin your hands. Nothing big, just a little dust. Those roads are safe and a good place to live. Our roads are not safe. There are rocks laying here and there and lots of cracks. Our safety is just as important as everybody else's. Personally, I did not help her with this. Personally, I love riding scooters, skateboards, etc. When you scoot around with a Razor scooter or any other type of scooter, it's bumpy and loud and slippery and unstable. Skateboarding is the same. You have to be extra cautious if you don't want to cut your skin. There's also a basketball hoop I play with. While you're playing basketball, are you looking where you're running? Most of the time, no. You're looking at the hoop, at the defenders. So imagine you playing basketball and there's a rock, AKA asphalt, because it's stupidly unstable and it's easy to break apart. It gets under your foot, you fall on your back, land on another rock, you get a gash in your back, you bruise your tailbone. Next thing you know, you're walking around like a slouch, all because of a stupid road that nobody cares to pave. Wish I had my glasses. Nobody can have a good time if the roads don't meet the standards. Now, like I said, I have lived here for 10 years, and that being my whole life, I am disappointed to see 2 yards of paved road since then. What's the point of paving some broken road and coming back years later to finish it? That's like ordering a pizza and eating half a slice and then coming back a year later to finish that. It just doesn't make sense, and I don't get it. So in summary, just please pave the roads because it helps safety of my neighbors, me, visitors, and the animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Matilda. Would anyone else like to speak? Welcome.
Hi, I'm Mark Iverson, and I'm not as eloquent as they are, but we've lived out there for 38 years now, and not to take up too much of your time, but just a couple of things from us. I don't know, it was a few years back, I know, and things haven't gotten any, better than that, but my wife was walking down the street and just went down head first, over obstruction and stuff, and there, besides the potholes and everything, there are roots, growing up through there. So there are a couple areas it must be this high. So every morning when we're walking, remind each other to miss what we call the dead man in the road and things like that. And I've just about fallen twice on my motorcycle. I'm not a novice either. I've been riding for 50 years, but just backing down out of the driveway because we're on a little bit of a slope, and you'll hit some of the stuff that comes up from under the pavement where it's all pitted out, and it gets like gravel under your boots, and the motorcycle's real heavy, and if you just get anywhere near the edge of the gravity thing there, you can go down. So anyway, there are some definite issues out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening.
Hello, my name is Sherry Swenson. I live at 1544 Fairway Drive. And as of this month, I have lived there 6 years and just love the entire area. All of the safety issues that have been mentioned just made me feel that much more concerned, because just a few months ago, our 15-year-old grandson in Slow, because of a road issue there, riding his bike home from school, not only fell, but he broke his elbow in enough places that it required surgery. And he's not able to bend it out straight yet. It took him out of cross country. And I had not planned to share that, but just hearing the concerns for safety, my husband and I walk, and indeed, we have to be very careful. I'm a former high school track coach, so I love to run, and I took my meter stick and by hand down fairway measured out 100 meters so I could work on my own time, but it's not safe. It's not safe to run. And my goodness, we surely don't want to have that kind of accidents like what my grandson had. And you know, our son is trying to deal with the unmarked pavement that caused his accident. Surely we don't want to have any more children that are hurt. And this is a totally frivolous addition, is that we have properties in our little loop that are used for rental properties. And so we do have people coming from out of the area and staying in our area. And I know, without any statistics or such, this helps the economy of Paso. But what reports are they going to get back when, oh, nice house here, but oh man, the roads were terrible? That's not a good message for Paso. So yes, safety is number one, but there's more to consider than just that. And we also, Paso's been in a Hallmark movie. Did you know that? So we want to keep our image up.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Do we have anybody online who would like to speak?
No, sir.
Thank you. If no one else wishes to speak, I'll close public comment, bring it back to council for discussion. Gentlemen, Mr. Strong.
Yes, actually, I'd like to start by reading the one paragraph that Matilda Meacham's mom missed. And by the way, when I first came on this council, it was to serve with Mayor Frank Meacham, who I hope is maybe a relative. And it says, Fairway Putter residents have made petition after petition trying to fix these roads, but either they don't get finished or nobody really cares about the signatures. My friends at school agree that our roads are horrible. When you come to pave a small patch of asphalt, what's wrong with just paving the whole road while you're there? And that's a good question. And I'd like to give a little history because, by the way, I was a resident in Country Club for 17 years myself, up until about 2 years ago. And I lived in one of the first 5 houses that were built, so it was built before the CC&Rs were developed and made. We weren't part of that association, oddly enough, one of the very few. But we still had to travel. I still travel the roads in there all the time. And the history on that is very interesting because it was developed in the county and was annexed to the city. The roads were put in the county. And when the roads were put in the county, they were very, very poor standards. So there is no base under those roads at all. They brought in a grader and a scraper and they scraped the dirt and they laid down a few inches of asphalt on top of it. That's the roads. There are no curbs. They didn't need the curbs because there was no base to hold into place. So if we rebuild with base, which is to give it a much better road, but we don't put the curbs in, it's going to slough out anyway. And it's going to get bad again. Not quite as quickly, but we're going to have to be very careful how we design rebuilding roads that have no base under them now. And that's an advantage, though, too, to move it up. And I'm going to give a reason why I'm going to support moving it up and borrowing the money. The roads we've already repaired would have cost about 1/3 of what they cost, except for the changes the state made to the standards on roads that we now have to follow, which is called complete streets. Complete streets say every time you do more than patch a road, you have to put in handicapped access for all of your sidewalks. You have to put in bicycle lanes. You have to make them accessible to wheelchairs, accessible to scooters, accessible to all these things to have a complete street. So when we go to streets that were built originally with many of these things, we now have to complete that street by putting all these other things in, which have escalated our costs tremendously. However, a street that has none of that when it was first brought into the city is currently exempt. That doesn't mean that this legislature might not change it in the next 6 months or 2 years. If so, these costs could escalate to 4 times what they are now. And for that reason, I can see that in this case, as we redesign it and try to figure out what to put down to make it last at least another 20 or 30 years for you, we're not going to put in that stuff, or it could trigger a lot of the other stuff. But we can still give you much better streets than you have now. And that's why I was one of them who came to your meeting, even though we weren't a member. We'd been invited, we got the notices because we had the address. And I suggested, because I knew this already, that if you really wanted to do your streets, that you form a tax district and tax yourselves over a 30-year period, and you could borrow enough money to do it and do it right, and only pay a small amount per year in your taxes. But that wasn't considered by the district, so now it's up to us. And that's fine, and I can understand. Nobody wants to pay more anything. That's normal. I was looking here, and I think all the stuff in blue, and where'd our staff go? Okay, you're the only one left? Oh, there you are. I couldn't see behind the podium. So on our 6-year street maintenance and repair plan that's up there, that blue line, that's grant money, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so that money is only specific for that project it's been granted for. Because I was going to say, I'm working right now to get that grant issued for that $10,000 for South Vine and Bridge. And if we could repay it with that money and loan it now, that would be nice, but we can't. So I still think it's better to take that out of our general fund and loan it and get this work done when it's only $3.5 million, because it's not going to go down.
Okay. Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't need to revive early recruits myself or not. My mother-in-law has been out there 55 years. Matter of fact, Matilda, my wife was your age when she got there on those streets. It's been a long time, obviously, and I don't think anything's happened since my wife was on those streets like you are. I personally think that, with where this is programmed in with our plan, that if there's a way that we can borrow ahead to make, a safety decision here with the country club, I would like to do it. As far as Ryan, maybe you can come up. I have a question with regard to funding. In other words, and also Adidas, when we do these kind of plans, it takes a while. Once we get to there, it still takes time to get it built into a place where it can be bid and let out. It takes time. So I'm trying to figure out where I can borrow money ahead, which would be paid back to get this sooner than 2 years out. So that's what I would like to discuss right now. Where do we have options, either in our reserves or general fund, or where can we pull? I mean, we're talking probably 3.1 million now.
3.5 million.
3.5. So, I mean, not that we would need to spend it right away, but the point is there a way that when we do pull the trigger on this, it'll be before 2023? Where can we pull the money from to borrow?
Sure, thank you. It's difficult because our current program already advances money. We already are aggressive with how we do our design of our street repairs. So we actually are kind of already on the E12 monies, already over leveraged, meaning not necessarily that we've overspent E12, but that we've already committed more monies today than we do have received. Right. So we already do that today. So we can't the council could additionally accelerate an additional 3.5 million on that advancement. We're just going to get to that point where that actual reserve, that actual cash balance will probably go negative. And so then we have the general fund for that CAT stop. The general fund reserves is healthy. It's over 40%, and right around $19 million. And so obviously we do some simple math, will be right around $15.5 million remaining of the reserves. And that's still well above the council's minimum policy of 35%. So that is an option. And you're right, the risk of a 1 year is a little bit less than, say, if it was 5 years down the road. But there is still business cycles that could happen. We're assuming that the sales tax, from E12 is going to be right around 5 million, but there's nothing that, we could have another pandemic or another outbreak and really kind of lock down our economy. And maybe that revenues won't come in next year too. So there's a little bit of a risk in that aspect. But I think that the programs that we have in place, the acceleration of the projects, is well ahead of the curve in any other city that I've kind of worked for anyway. So I feel like we've already done a lot of the advanced work. We're trying to get these projects completed as quickly as possible.
Okay. What about J20 money? And I know we have monies coming through the COVID that's going to be coming to the city that we might be able to program some part of. But J20 first. Do we have any J20 money, which was again police, fire, and roads, programmed at all yet?
So do we have J20 monies programmed? We do, and we actually well advanced those funds as well for the construction of Fire Station 3 to get that on the front end of the overall sunset. So that J20 fund will need a general fund loan too, and as well as the parking fund. The parking fund has a loan against the general fund as well. So there are a lot of different sources that the general fund's trying to kind of smooth out and kind of accelerate these costs. But it's getting to a point where we're kind of we're kind of at that maximum limit today.
Well, what I'm hoping here, again, if this is 2021, if we were to start this process, we wouldn't be able to do anything before 2022, which is basically a year away when it was going to be started anyway. So I'm talking about a year here of time that, we would be ahead of the game and be able to repay back in 2023.
Well, if you're right, and obviously, and it'll take time, and we couldn't spend the $3.5 million in 1 year. If you want to, we could tap into the general fund reserves for the initial design phase. Maybe we'll just start with $300,000 for fiscal year 21-22, which is where we are now. Of course, the budget's been adopted, but that doesn't mean we can't adopt. So we'll adopt a new budget to 21-22 fiscal year for the planning and preliminary design of the road reconstruction and put $300,000 on that and get started on it. And then at that time, then we'll finish the design. We'll have a hard cost estimate on what it would cost like. And then at that point, then you can make another decision. Okay, do we want to tap $3 more million from the reserve so we could move this into construction? Or we're 6 months away from fiscal year that it's going to be anyway. Maybe we should just wait 6 more months or something like that.
Yeah, we can make that decision at that point, but at least we got this pre-work done.
Right, so we could we could do an initial planning and design for fiscal year 21-22 and adopt a budget for about $300,000. If Ryan says there's $300,000 from general fund reserves, we'll start the planning and the design stage. We'll have a hard estimate. And then at the end of that design, we'll have a good number. And then you will present it to you and say, okay, we're ready to advertise for bids. Would you like to tap more into the reserves? Or depending on where we are in a timeline, just wait 3 more months because we'll be into that fiscal year.
So there's flexibility there.
Exactly. I think that's prudent in this case because we're putting things ahead of schedule, but again, giving options to us to make that final decision later. I would like that.
Steve?
So from what I'm hearing, I think we should just make a motion to advance $300,000 out of the general fund to loan it to this program and some kind of a date certain that we could review the final cost from that design study, bring it back to the council and figure out how we pay for the rest of it. Since Ryan's so good at estimating our income from taxes. We may even have a surplus. But anyway, so you'd have to give us a date. But I'd make a motion that we put the 300,000 in from general fund to do the design for the road work and bring it back at a date certain so we could review the rest of it and how we pay for it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilwoman Garcia. Discussion, Mr. Strong.
Yes, and I'm going to support the motion, but I want to say this, that in my report, you're going to find out, and I already just gave you an advance notice on this, that I'm in a new position now where I've got a little more access to state money for us, possibly. And I will pledge that if staff will get me more information on the CPIs on these roads and their condition and the safety aspects, I will go after additional money from the state for this project. It'll probably take me at least a year to get it anyway, but I'll make that pledge to try.
Councilman Garcia, comments?
No, sir.
Okay, so just a couple of things. I wanted to address the comment about the D98 funds. For those that don't remember D98, this is a bond issue that's passed in the community. We built several city facilities that have money. We built the senior center. We built the Veterans Center. We built the airport terminal. We had repairs on Spring Street.
13th Street Bridge.
13th Street Bridge.
Niblick Bridge.
Niblick Bridge. So this was a multi-project bond, which the council at that time decided to use to leverage to finance additional money. In other words, they didn't decide to pay as they went. We've decided on road repairs to pay as we go. When the money comes in, we spend the money rather than saying, let's take that money and borrow more money. So I suspect, and Mr. Cornell can correct me if I'm wrong, that the funds that may show as being surplus in the D98 fund right now are probably the reserves required by the lenders showing that we are actually financially able to pay that debt back.
Yes, sir, that is actually 100% correct.
So that's not money sitting there that we can reach out and tap and say, oh, there's $1.8 million we can spend. One of the conditions of borrowing all that money to build all those things was the lender said, and you have to put part of those proceeds in a fund so that if everything goes to Hades, you can still pay that loan off. And that's what that surplus is. So just want to make sure everybody understands that.
Right. And then the actual tax that's on the bill is set to pay for the debt service for that specific year.
May I ask, when is that going to be completed? What year? The D28? In other words, it was a 30-year bond?
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to go to that page in the financial report.
He's reading the financial report in his head right now. So. Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to make sure, because that sounds kind of exciting. I found $1.8 million, and actually, no.
It's not.
In discussion of this road, and the reason I brought it up earlier is I think that we have two criteria that we need to discuss, and we always say as a city that public safety is first. Public safety is first. That's why we invest in a police department and a fire department and all the people that do the building inspections, because public safety is first. And our criteria for prioritizing road repairs has been heavily tilted towards the economic side of it. Which roads can we fix first and make last the longest that will cost us the least amount of money? That leaves some roads that continue to deteriorate, as you people have so well shown tonight. I think the council needs to put another criteria for prioritization in front of us, which is public safety. Yes, PCI says these roads should be fixed first, but people are going to get hurt or killed if we don't fix this one first. And what comes to mind for me, John, are like Airport Road, because that was in such terrible shape when we fixed that. And the road in front of Barney Schwartz Park, which was falling apart, and we fixed that. So I kind of think that projects like this fall into that category, and there are probably other projects that fall into that category also.
Don't forget you just did Jardine too.
And Jardine, thank you. So I think we need to be thinking about that in the future, in addition to the PCI issue. I don't want to bump other projects. I think you're absolutely right. We've told people this is the schedule we're on. I'm not going to go back to those folks and say, oh, guess what? Now you can wait another year. I don't want to do that. So my support for the motion, in fact, the notes that I made for myself was I want to back staff's recommendation to identify safety concerns on the street now so we can minimize those safety concerns as quickly as possible. And then I would be willing to investigate other options, including the ones that are included in the motion that Mr. Gregory made, as far as accelerating the process in preparation for fixing this road in the future. So those would be my thoughts.
So I would like to add one thing to my motion.
Yes.
To prevent skin knees and torn pants.
We will have a mitigation clause for skin knees and torn pants. Does a second recognize that? I'm going to say yes. Okay. If there's no further discussion on this motion,
Yes.
roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
She said, you Hammond.
Yeah, I didn't quite hear that. I'm sorry,
Hammond,
Melissa.
sorry.
Yes, aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Yes.
Mayor Martin?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay. And we move along. We'll wait just a second so folks can get out of the room. Okay, we are moving along now to item number 19, which is the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Mr. Cornell, you are up again, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ryan Cornell, the Administrative Services Director, here tonight to present an overview of the new grant monies called the American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA or ARPA. ARPA is just simply the latest federal stimulus package that President Biden signed into law back in March of this year. I've sat in on several webinars since this act was passed. So I have about 4 hours, 5 hours of webinar knowledge, and I'm going to try to consolidate that down to about 10 minutes. So you're welcome. The city should be receiving about $5.5 million over the next 2 years from this ARPA money. Actually, we received the first half of the allocation earlier this week, so it was actually really quick for us to receive our first allocation. So it was right around $2.5 million. The intentions of these funds are to recover from COVID pandemic and really to kind of restart our economic activity here in the city. So these funds are intended to be forward-looking, meaning we can't reimburse ourselves for expenditures that we've already incurred. So it's got to be new money that we're actually spending. They can't be used to reduce existing debt. They can't be used to pay down unfunded liabilities and pensions, and they can't be used to replenish city reserves. And I kind of find that kind of hard, since that was a lot of what the cities did during the COVID pandemic, was to tap into reserves to make sure they're maintaining the services. ARPA monies can't replenish reserves. They have to be actually spent. So that's what we can't spend the money on, but what we can spend the money on and where we should spend the money on is kind of the purpose of tonight's presentation. Just want to also have you keep in mind that the city has until December 31st of 2024 to obligate ARPA monies. So we still have about 3.5 years to really determine where we think this is most appropriate to be set. So there's no kind of immediate action needed today. But again, we just want to kind of lay down the groundwork, kind of give you that high level overview of what the funds can be used for and what staff's preliminary recommendation for the use of those funds are. So the budget that was just adopted this last month for 21-22 did not include any of the ARPA monies, because we were still waiting for the U.S. Department of Treasury to issue guidance on its allowable uses. Since then, the Treasury has issued an interim final rule, which is kind of funny because it's interim and final at the same time. But that pretty much just means that the Treasury is still receiving feedback from community members on the initial guidance that they issued. So we do expect that there might be some changes here in the next 2 to 3 months. And obviously, as those new guidance and clarity comes out, we'll share that with City Council. So there are 4 main areas that ARPA monies can be used for, and they're kind of listed up here on the screen, on the slide. The first being investment in water, wastewater, and broadband infrastructure, premium pay for essential workers, kind of the big bucket of COVID-19 recovery, and I'll dive into a little bit deeper in each one of these categories. And then there is a revenue loss component, which is kind of the most interesting piece of the ARP monies and the flexibility that the city has under that category. So still not working. So investment in water, wastewater, and broadband is pretty self-explanatory, but when you kind of dive into the interim final rule, this category is pretty sticky. The underlying intent is to provide funding unlikely to be made from private sources. So a lot of the work that we've already started with the EDA grant and trying to get fiber installed is already investments that private industry is planning on making anyway. So it's not really the intent of ARP monies to use that for. Again, they're trying to get serve underserved or unserved populations as far as internet access goes. There are plenty of water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure enhancements that can be undertaken with this money. We have plenty of those kind of projects. The one that comes to mind is the recycled water distribution system. That's kind of a classic. We're trying to get state revolving loan funds for that. They kind of already said that if the state approves a project similar to that ARP monies can be used for that. But as you know, the intent for the recycled water distribution system is to issue debt and then have that debt be paid back by the actual users of the recycled water. Premium pay, again, this is another fairly self-explanatory category as well. But two things that I kind of want to note on this one. This one does not have that forward-looking provision. Should council want to kind of explore this category of funds, we could retroactive this premium pay back to the beginning of the pandemic in April 2020. The second point that I wanted to make is essential workers don't necessarily have to be city workers. They could actually come from the private industry. And the U.S. Treasury did define what an essential worker is, and it's just work involving regular in-person interaction, regular physical handling of items that were also handled by others. So we're talking about the hospital staff, the nursing home workers, the home care facilities, those type of employees, the grocery workers, and the janitors. Yes,
I assume that city council members are not considered essential workers.
You're essential to me, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
I lost my spot in here. Where'd it go? So in addition to the private industry, obviously the police officers and firefighters and our water and sewer personnel would kind of qualify for this category should council choose it. That's not staff's recommendation, but that is the next category. The third piece is COVID-19 recovery, and this is kind of the big broad one. Was like, well, yeah, of course you could use ARP monies for this. So this is a lot of the stuff that we've already been doing with the CARES Fund Acts and the small business assistance, the propane program, the Keep It Local gift card programs. It's those types of activities that fall under this kind of category. But then it also goes into a little bit further, a little bit more broad of we could also include additional assistance to individuals, households, or small businesses. So similar to the stimulus checks that a lot of residents received, the $1,200 or the $2,000 per person, City Council could do that with this pot of money too and give it to all of our residents that we feel are in need or were adversely impacted by COVID. One area of recommendation that staff is wanting to have council consider is the utility billing forgiveness. So from the onset of the pandemic, we've stopped charging our customers penalties for non-payment and shutoffs for due to non-payment because water is essential, and we knew a lot of people were home. And that was not necessarily a council directive, but it was also a state directive. And so as soon as the pandemic is over, we are anticipating that those late fees and shutoffs will be reinstated. And there are, I wrote this down, 394 accounts that have an outstanding balance that's greater than 60 days. It totals about $360,000. So our utility billing staff is reaching out to these individuals to try to get their accounts made whole and up to good standings before the late fees and the shutoffs go into effect. But obviously, some of these individuals that we're contacting have been impacted by COVID, and it's really difficult for them to get caught up. So that would be an appropriate use of COVID-19 recovery funds. We can continue to do some sort of small business assistance like we did, expand some of the current parklet programs should the council so choose. And then lastly, this bucket of money is really try to help the health disparities and funding health workers, addressing individuals experiencing homelessness, affordable housing developments, housing vouchers, and that sort of thing. So that's another area that staff is recommending where if we want to put money towards homeless services, enhanced enforcement, additional riverbed cleanup, you skip that a little bit. That kind of falls under that COVID-19 category as well. But last but not least is this city revenue loss. And this is actually the most broad category for ARPA. And essentially what they're trying to recognize is the fact that had the pandemic not happened, the city would have received X amount of revenue. And so there's a really, I won't say complicated, it's a complicated formula to try to figure out, okay, well, this is what we actually received, and this is what they're thinking that we should receive. And we can actually claim that difference as revenue loss. Well, like I said, we can't replenish reserves. We have to spend the money. So what do we spend the money on? And that's kind of the broad, it's general government services. And so that gives us the most flexibility under this category to kind of do a whole array of different projects, have it be infrastructure or individual assistance to, like the streets we just talked about. And, but this one does have a limit of, again, only to that revenue loss calculation. So if our, for example, if our revenue loss calculation was 3 million, we can only claim 3 million under this category. The other 2.5 million will have to be spent in the other 3 categories. Now, I did preliminary calculations on this based on the webinars I got, and it seems that we could almost claim all of our 5.5 million under this revenue loss category, which is really, really good. I'm skeptical that that's going to be the final case. It's interesting. The U.S. Treasury used December 31st as a look back, or as a look back period, but we run on fiscal years, and so it's kind of a weird time to look at revenues in the middle of a fiscal year when we don't do full approvals, right? We're usually cash basis. So I think there's some little additional details that they need to work out, but it looks promising that a majority of our ARPA money can fall under that category, which gives you council a lot of flexibility. So just to kind of recap, these are kind of where the staff is kind of wanting the city council to focus attention on. And we kind of went around and then we started with like city council goals and strategic priorities that was approved earlier this year as a starting point. And every single one of these items on this list are part of those city council goals and strategic priorities. So starting on the left, again, I've kind of already mentioned this already, but community health and economic recovery, that's kind of the utility billing forgiveness or any other additional business assistance. We do have some major unfunded infrastructure projects. So the ones that kind of come to mind and the ones that are actually clearly stated in the council goals and priorities are the 2 bridges at Vine Street and Where Creek. I mean, that's $20 million worth of bridges just there that's unfunded. That does need some sort of funding. And the one kind of different aspect with focusing on infrastructure projects is there's a way to, like, for example, for Where Creek, if additional development is able to occur on that side of town, because there's a bridge and there is that circulation element, that's almost making money, right? That's investing money so that it grows businesses and the potential out there to then create sales tax and jobs and the like. And then lastly, and I mentioned this to you already, the housing and homelessness. I think this is a really important issue that City Council is well aware of. And we definitely think that ARPA money, a portion of them should go to these enhanced mental health services and homeless services and the like. That concludes my presentation tonight, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to answer any questions. But
thank you. Council questions? Mr. Gregory?
Okay, Ryan, I got lots of questions for you. So during the COVID period, we lost a lot of services and our citizens weren't able to do a lot of things. And one of those things for expansion we talked about tonight was pickleball. I'm just going to pick on that subject. And to me, Our council made a motion back in 2019 to help expand our recreation at pickleball. And we weren't able to do anything because of COVID just came in and just wiped everything out. As a matter of fact, we didn't even have any programs going. We had to stop all our sports. And so my question is a nexus question. Can we make the nexus to help re-support and re-help the re-infrastructure some of the recreation that we've lost? Does that make that nexus?
Are you talking about the actual programs or the facilities that are
Facilities, just facilities.
Just the facilities.
Infrastructure.
I'll have to, again, the interim rules is really complicated, and so there is a component of needing to make sure that we're serving underserved or unserved populations, and so if we can make that nexus, that's probably something that we could explore and expand into.
So does that include the part of the city loss, even though it's coming from the city losses, how it's being spent? Has to say that, stay that.
Yeah, because if during a normal fiscal year we were going to allocate general fund monies to recreation program, under that revenue loss category, I could see that being an eligible use.
And you figure that the entire $5.5 million fits into the.
Yeah, one of the main reasons why the $5.5 million kind of fits is because they're including all of the development impact fees and developer fees into that revenue loss calculation. So it's not just general fund revenues, it's citywide all revenues. They do have some exceptions that they don't want you to include, like water and sewer user fees, but all of the connection fees and impact fees can get calculated towards that. So obviously when the COVID pandemic hit, a lot of the development activity stopped, and so we didn't collect those impact fees. So that kind of helped show a greater loss.
So those impact fees all are in all departments?
They are.
Including recreation?
We have 5 of them. They cross over to public safety, infrastructure, transportation is the big one, parks and rec, and library.
Right. And then for tonight, are you looking for a general consensus of where to put this money, or what do you want from us tonight?
So we're just looking for, like, if there's for example, the recreation, if that's something that the council would like the staff to explore a little bit further detail on what we can get more specificity on the recreation side, then we'll gather our thoughts together and present that back to city council. So that's kind of what we're looking for. We're looking for kind of preliminary direction. If the kind of keeping the majority of the funds for the infrastructure, major unfunded projects, that's kind of what we're looking for. If you would like to see some funding to homelessness and those services, that's kind of.
So before we ask or suggest anything, we should finish questions, go to public, and then come back. Okay.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Ryan.
Councilman Strong.
Yeah, so you mentioned, like, for instance, if development stopped and things like that, that figures into it. So that would mean then if we got money for that, we could spend it in that same category to give those same businesses business so that they could recover from their losses. In other words, we'd be spending the money for something we needed, but they'd be doing the work, so they'd be getting the money from us and giving us back. Like a road or a bridge or whatever it is.
Yeah, and that's kind of the whole main point is to stimulate the economy, right? To get people back to work and to expand those services. Yeah.
Oh, but it encourages us to do that sort of thing with the money, correct? Right. Okay. Thank you,
John.
Brian, I mean, when we chose to use our reserves, how much exactly? I mean, clearly we can count a lot of that.
So the actual reserves we used last fiscal year. So we were, the original estimate at the beginning of the fiscal year was $5.7 million was the reserve hit. It actually ended up being closer to like 1.9 million as the actual revenue loss. But that was only in the general fund. When we talk about revenue loss for ARPA funds, we're looking at the city as a whole, including all the enterprise funds and all of the impact fee funds too.
How did they come up with our? I heard, again, the school district's north of 20 million that the school district getting?
Yeah, so it's interesting. So like the city of Atascadero is actually getting a larger allocation than us. The feds group cities in 2 categories, kind of larger cities, which were supposed to be like over 50,000 and more, which we wouldn't be a larger city, but we're in that category, and I'll explain why we're there. And then all the other smaller cities had to go through the state And so states got an allocation, and all of the kind of larger cities got their own formula allocations. And then the state, when they went down to the small cities, had their own kind of formula plan. So Tascadero was in kind of that realm. We're in the large cities, and the way the large cities was determined was based on the community development block grant program. And at the federal level, we're considered a non-entitled city, or an entitled city, I should say, on the CDBG program. So they kind of just lumped us into that larger city program. And we weren't necessarily happy about that too, because we actually have more and more frequent reporting requirements being a larger city. So it's just, it's the way the law was written.
Okay, get frustrated. All right, thank you.
Brian, I just have a question. Yes, sir. For the utilities, my question was for housing, like people that weren't able to make their house payments or their rent, anything, is that in there somewhere?
Yeah, that would kind of be similar to the utility billing forgiveness too. I guess the only difference is by forgiving utility bills, at least the money kind of stays with the city. But yeah, we're giving it to the individual, but then just to pay back their service for the water and sewer, versus rental and other kind of assistance would just go straight to the household.
And then on the other, you're talking about the homeless and the mental health. Is there going to be specifics on how we use that money? Like we have the ECHO already here. Could we help facilitate that? Like donate money to them? Or does it have to be like, right now we have someone on the CAT team. I know they're only part-time, and we have a mental health person that goes with the CAT team. Would we have to put money towards the CAT team, which is a city program, or is there going to be like specifics?
So yes, there is going to be specifics, and actually in your example, you could do both. We can give money to ECHO just to help them with their services. Now we do have still a reporting required to make sure that they're spending the money, that they're not replenishing their reserves and what they actually spent it on. But as long as it's, again, within their program, what they normally do in the core service, that is an eligible activity. And same with on the riverbed and the enforcement down there, we can ask the county to increase staffing hours from 20 to 40 or 40 to 80 and let them know that, we'll pay for that service too. And that is, absolutely eligible use of this funds.
Thank you, Ryan.
Any other council questions? Okay, open it up for public comment. No one comes forward?
We do have one public.
We have one
caller.
person online. Excellent.
Desiree Harris.
Welcome.
Good evening, board. Yes, I just want to talk regarding this issue. I just think, and I would suggest that the council considers how to best use the funds that will be of most direct impact to the residents. I know that, yes, you have some revenue to make up for and some current existing projects, but I do believe that there's enough additional funding sources that are coming down from the state that trying to be able to get the best impact to the community and the residents and to the businesses would really be beneficial. Is something that our community is still seeking help in with trying to recover, especially given how hard it is to get employees, how hard it is to get full staff and hotels back to being full. So yeah, I would just definitely make sure that you kind of prioritize that category of trying to really help the local residents and help improve the local economy in that respect. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay, we will close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion. Mr. Gregory?
I'm just going to throw numbers out and start talking. So I want to talk about first of all, I think the money from the state, I don't know where it came from, but the city gave to all the businesses was adequate enough. I'm not in favor of spending the money that way, but the utility bills, I think that's an excellent avenue for this money to be spent. On our roads or infrastructure, I'm just going to throw numbers out. I think what this, to me, it's just like a pie of money. So we got to figure out how we're going to split it up. But I think our roads may be $3 million worth. And then your homeless services, that's a full range of money where it could go to police department and the CAT team, it could go to ECHO, it could go to all kinds of things. So I think we leave that number like at $1 million. There's so many expenses facing us in that regard that I think you need to keep that level. And then I think the recreational services for $300,000 or $400,000 to backfeed all the programs or for the needy kids programs or whatever, I think would be a really good amount to give. And that's kind of my take. That leaves a little bit of funding in there for other things, but I think our roads are critical. I think the utility bills helping citizens makes us whole, gives those departments money back. And then the homeless services is we could spend the whole thing on homeless services, but I think we need to sort of break it up. That's my 2 cents worth. Fred?
Yeah, I think those are good ideas, and I think obviously the federal formula, I think, is going to dictate how much or what money we can spend where, as you explained it, because of the categories. And that's where we're going to have to go take that, what you outlined, and send that memo out to all of our department heads, and have each of them who handles areas of that come back to us with recommendations. That's when we can allocate how much we spend where, because then we'll have the expert advice.
John?
Yeah, I think in my druthers anyway, is to make us whole with what we put out during the COVID with regard to supporting our businesses, number one. I mean, we borrowed money to keep them going. They failed, we failed. But on the other hand, now there's opportunity to get us back where we could use that money where it really was programmed to go. I think that would be my first. And again, Ryan, you have numbers. I'm sure you're very good at accounting for what was used and where. And so that would be something I think you would want to put out in front of us to consider, understand, and then maybe make a decision on that part. Again, we talked about trying to help the homeless with the riverbed situation. I think part of that money should go there just because it's money that we can help another issue with. And it's pretty much one-time money. This is not going to be something that we're going to be able to consider every year. This is just a one shot. And that's why I like about also investing in infrastructure. Our roads, again, we have had just not enough money to do that with. So like you say, Councilor Gregory, splitting up the pie in certain areas of needs. I mean, there's needs everywhere, but I mean, first I would prioritize, what we use to get us through COVID to be paid back to the city so it can be used normally where it should be. And then secondly, into other projects, one-time projects that we can further, the improvement of our city with regard to streets, other things that might be able to work. I think that would be my understanding where I'd like to get.
Maria?
Go ahead, sir.
So without getting into specific dollar amounts, which that obviously when we get closer to the target, we're going to discuss that. I think in my mind, I have come down pretty close to what's been said before. I just try to prioritize where I would like to see things spent first, second, third. And I think citizen relief would be great. I think utility bill assistance would be good. I think after that, recouping our operational losses, as you say, money we would have spent on this, but for the pandemic. After that, investing in infrastructure, which includes accelerating the street program if possible. And then after that, the homeless and recreation services. Yeah. Maria, anything else?
And Ryan, when we talk about, or Mr. Gregory, when you were talking about rec programs or, so we're talking about all the whole city, is there could we fix a park that we were supposed to fix, like Sherwood Park and? Right,
if we're in that revenue loss category,
right?
Yeah, that would definitely qualify. Yeah.
Is the senior center qualify for? Because I know that they're ran by someone else, but we could also.
It's a city facility, yes.
Yes. Okay.
So in that priority, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean the most money gets spent on the first one. I mean, some of the lower levels might actually have bigger price tags on them. But I think the first money out the door should be the citizen.
Yeah, those utility bills. I love that.
Well, I'm thinking what we have accumulated as debt, so to speak, that hasn't been paid, correct? In other words, I don't quite follow your thinking there. I'm thinking that the people who haven't paid their bills and are in the rears, are those the monies that we're trying to make whole? That regard to the people, right? Yeah. That the city would have to lose if we did.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So basically, we're paying the bill for them, so we don't lose the revenue. Yeah.
And I'm just curious what that number might be. Do you have any rough idea?
360,000.
Yeah. See, so that's not a whole lot of money.
That's
but
not the big.
Exactly. Those are the kind of pie shapes that I'm thinking we need to. You know,
that's what I meant.
We're at 10,000 level now. We're going to start drilling down later, but these are the priorities I think the council will start to play into. So.
Yeah, and this is helpful. There's so much broad criteria, and that we kind of needed to have this kind of, okay, where do we need our first round of attention to?
So is that enough direction for you to start on, or do we need to put a finer point on it?
Ryan, what do you, I'm thinking maybe we should return with like a draft policy for the council to adopt.
Yeah,
that
and we'll have
provides
to have the resolution to actually appropriate funds and all that.
And I'd like to make another comment. I think it's really important, and no disrespect to department heads. I think we need to make this choice of let the department heads do with the money when it comes to them. But we need to talk about where it's going to go.
Where it's going to hit.
You know, like police and fire, we've got J20, so they're doing really well. But the utility bills and things like that, I think are policy decisions. I think that's really important. So maybe, you know, you could come up with some kind of an agenda for us to pick those choices.
You know, I think it's helpful that we've received some, I think, direction on the areas and priorities, and we can return with a draft policy for council to react to, change, adopt, that directs Ryan as to where to place the dollars, some of which will probably be held for future years, like in infrastructure, and others that we probably want to spend some this year, particularly with homeless services and that type of thing.
And this is going to be over $5 million over 3 years.
2 years.
2 years. Just 2 years.
It has to be spent by when, though?
Spent by December of 2024. Thank you. 2024.
Okay.
Take it as quick as we can get it.
Oh, yeah. We could spend it real quick.
Okay, are we good?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay. City Council meeting audiovisual options. I said we broadcast in 3D.
Dave, is that why you've been hanging around? I thought you were helping us.
Mr. McHugh.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here to speak to you about this audiovisual system that we have. First, a little history. The original system obviously was put in with the building, but then in January of 2020, we rebuilt the system. And right before the pandemic, you might remember seeing these monitors here on your desk just before, but when we did that, we went with an eye toward potentially adding the PEG channel as part of an option. So that was an option that we were building in to the system. The ability to package audio and visual presentations, since that was added, we took advantage of that and made YouTube immediately. And that really helped at the time because obviously the last year has been quite a bit of YouTube. So council has discussed video cameras in this room several times, but really I'm trying to remember the last time it was actually an agendized item or an item that was like, and I'm going to say it's probably been 20 years since that has happened. So I don't really have an answer on that, but I know that it's been a discussion items, at least here and there, kind of like maybe we should think about it, but nothing that was actually ever done. So Back then, I did find out what it would cost to do the PEG presentation and have cameras and have a company come in and do the presentation with us. And that was as far as IT ever got with it. I believe the city manager made the presentation back then. Right now we do YouTube streaming, and YouTube automatically archives for us. So people can come back and play views. We average last year about 78 views per meeting. Usually about 27 people live, and then 51 come in later and watch it. So the nice part about that is you have time shifting option. One meeting actually had 1,600 views. It was a special council meeting back in December. That's a lot. So there's no cost for this service, and there's really no future commitment. So that has that advantage. Since 1997, the City Council has broadcast its meetings on a local radio, KPRL, and the cost is about $5,500 per year. They run it from 6:30 until 11 p.m. So we're actually not on the radio right now, although we are still on YouTube. Just a little history on PEG funding. You may or may not be aware of it, but it's a public education and government funds that are collected under the state contract. And it's approximately $64,000 per year. And this is a fee that's charged to charter spectrum cable video subscribers. So it's the subscribers that actually get TV service. They pay a fee, and that's what they collect for us. So then Charter sends it to us quarterly, I believe. Important to note that PEG funds cannot be used for capital expenditure. Can only be used for capital expenditures like equipment. They cannot be used for maintenance or labor to operate the equipment. If we do decide to do a PEG broadcast, we do have a commitment to require 24/7 stream of content that can go on. And so someone has to manage that to make sure that it's always up and always has some content. And to keep in mind that with cord cutting, the decline in viewers buying the television service is significant, but calculating based on the amount we're receiving, I'm estimating about 40% of the households in the city still get it. Charter considers that to be private information, so they won't provide it to me. Multiple cities do a video, and so just to kind of a comparison, the presentation only is what we're doing. That's on the left. So the presentation that you see on the screen is what everybody sees. It's big. And then camera and presentation example, I picked City of Aurora Grande and just grabbed a slide. So they have somebody who actually have two people that they record, and then they decide what camera to go to and which whether to go to a camera or go to the presentation. So they're switching back and forth. So basically it's a TV show. So with that, you have some options that you can do. And you can continue to broadcast the presentation screen only, which is what we're doing tonight. There's no additional cost, no additional ongoing fees. We can contract with the video production service, which would do the full thing and have them bring their cameras in and run the system. We'd have to provide some space in City Hall for that. And the associated expenses about $5,000 which would come out of PEG funds, and about $36,000 per year out of general fund. Or we could contract with video services using cameras that we install here. We can use PEG funds for installing those cameras, so that would be about a $20,000 PEG expense, and then about $30,000 per year for general fund to have them come and use our equipment and run and manage the show, the broadcast. And I believe they additionally will make sure that 24/7 content is available as part of that fee. And then alternatively, we could put some automated cameras in to kind of point to people that are speaking, and then hire a part-time staff person to basically put the show together. It's a less expensive option. I haven't seen that, but it is something we could look into if that's where council wants to go. And then as far as broadcasting, you can continue to broadcast by YouTube. We can continue to broadcast audio by KPRL. There's no additional cost. That's what we're currently paying. We can add the government channel and charter spectrum for broadcast, and there's about $2,000 of equipment to buy, and then there's $11,000 general fund operating expense for that. Additionally, if we chose to hire, to use SlowNet, which is one of the local company that does a number of cities around here, they have something called SlowNet, and they will host the historical meetings for us on their website. They also have state contracts, not just local cities. So with that, I'm sure you have questions. I'm happy to take those questions.
Council questions, Mr. Sturman.
I know that the county and a lot of our different committees, SLOCOG, one of our broadcasts in the county supervisor chair. They've got mounted cameras. And then they have this company that works, I think, Channel 20. The part charter, what they don't have that name. And they just operate the cameras. I thought that would be one broadcast level option one, I think. Slides.
So that would be where we would install the cameras and then hire someone to come in and create the show? Yes.
I think it's AVP or something.
AGP is the company that we've spoken with. They have multiple cities in this county. They do Arroyo Grande, Morro Bay, that was where they got their start.
Yeah, I think
they do Atascadero, and I don't know if they do...
I think they did do SLOCOG.
I don't know if they do the city of Slow, but they do have other agencies that they do, yes.
So Channel 20 is a government access channel provided by
Charter. So that would only be broadcast on Charter's TV, and it would be on Channel 20. And so what Charter has done is divided it up. So depending on where you live is which Channel 20 you get.
And 40% of households is still pretty good.
That's still pretty.
We really don't know how many listeners KPRL actually has for these things.
True. And there are 11,000 homes, so 40% is a lot of homes.
That's still a lot of homes.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Gregory?
Why do we need this?
Yeah. It's just more transparency and so the people have more access. Now, for instance, if it goes on Channel 20, they broadcast it live while we're functioning, but then during the week, they constantly rebroadcast things. We would be rotated in with all the other city councils, but people can pick it up multiple times at their convenience.
So and it's
scheduled.
I won't say anything at this point. I'll just wait till
John.
Yeah. What I was interested in, I mean, I'm not for this at all, but on the other hand, during COVID, and we were using the program on the computer. Pretty cool. I mean, in other words, it recorded everything, and whenever we spoke, it lighted up, it didn't cost us a thing. So is there a way that if we had basically computers in front of us, whenever we were talking, that it would record or, do the same thing here in this room, that would be able to be seen later, at a later date on a YouTube kind of video? Is that possible?
Yes, it's possible. You could. It would take some effort, but yes, you'd have to get webcams for everybody, and then you'd also have to make sure it's certainly doable, yeah.
Right, and has anybody explored that kind of a possibility of cost? In other words, kind of do a it's all done automated. We don't have to hire anybody to make the show. It's done automatically. Did anybody think of getting that?
I had not thought of doing that because I assumed that you were looking for something else, but I can look into that option. If that's something you like.
I'm not about more money here for general fund funding. It's not important to me. I think we already have it covered, but again, get to that later. But I'm just curious on that option.
We would not be able to spend PEG funds. That would be a general fund expense.
So these PEG funds, are we getting that already as a city, as a revenue source? And you're using that through your department for other things, or how does that have to be used specifically for something?
Yes, it has to be used specifically for broadcasting for the PEG channel.
And we're not
So.
For the back channel?
Yeah, I believe so. And maybe the city attorney can, if she's familiar with the,
So I guess what I'm saying, it was $68,000 or something that we were getting from the cable channel?
yes. So when we rebuilt this room, the audio video, we
Yeah.
used PEG funds
Use that
because
money.
we were
Okay,
planning
perfect.
to, because
I
we
wanna
were
make
planning
sure-
to add the PEG channel.
That's what yeah, Ryan, I just want to make sure we're utilizing those funds, that we're receiving, that we're not losing that money.
So we are receiving the PEG funds. It actually is a standalone separate fund apart from the general funds, one of the special revenue funds. I don't know if you remember the council presentation of all the funds that we listed on it's one of the many line items down there is that we get 65,000 or 60,000 in every year. We don't have any appropriations out of that fund because we're not currently broadcasting or purchasing any equipment for broadcasting. So that fund is just kind of accumulating funds over time. So that, because equipment purchases are large, so.
And then, we've been doing this, I want to say, since about 2010, and in the past, we have donated funds to the school district for equipment as one of the options, but.
Right.
Well, and then obviously we're using that partly to fund KPRL, $5,500 a year or something like that.
No,
you can't
That's
use
a
it.
different-
that's the whole, no, it's for video. That's the whole point.
It's for.
Why are we spending 5,000 to broadcast? If we can get it for less
So
expensive
before we
the other
discuss
way?
that, let's finish questions. Anything else, John?
That's
Thank you.
my
Maria,
main
I'm
question.
sorry.
So my question, I know that there's been other comments from residents that attend, during COVID, they wanted to attend the parking and they didn't have access. They were saying something about they didn't have access to the meeting, or if they did, it didn't really work right. So my point towards this was, could we use that to have some kind of, even if it's just the tablet, and provide Zoom for them to be at these like Parks and Rec and Senior Citizen, all the different commissions that we have?
To the public or to?
To the public.
Yes, we could. I mean, that's entirely up to council. The meetings, many of those meetings are no longer virtual, and I don't know if they were planning to have a virtual element, this advisory bodies.
We had the equipment.
Right.
If we had the equipment in here.
Yeah.
There are ways to do it. The meetings are held here.
So the general answer is that I've gotten from engineers in the past is with enough time and enough money, you can do anything. So yeah, you can do that.
Yes.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's getting late. I'm just going to
Right.
be a stickler. Any other questions? Any public comment?
Yes, sir. We have one public caller, Desiree Harris again.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, council again. Yes, I get to be the speaker for the late night show. But particularly for this one, I think that it is really beneficial to the public and the transparency of the government meetings to have this option to allow people to be able to view as they're happening or to go back to view later. I know personally, the good thing about COVID is it's allowed me to watch almost all of the city council meetings, and also having the ability to call in to make public comment is huge. The county just got rid of that call-in ability. So I encourage that you guys, at minimum, to continue the YouTube. It would be great to have some sort of video, but besides presentation. But I also think that it's an important factor when you consider those who are, disabled or elderly. Like this kind of service is really beneficial to have your community engagement, to have people feel like they have a chance to have a seat at the table in a less traditional way. So I definitely encourage you guys to continue to broadcast, and hopefully we can get some videos so we can see your faces too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Thank you. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the council. I know we all want to weigh in on this, and I just want to sort of reiterate and build the base. With enough time and enough money, we can do anything. We can put a TV station in this building. We can put multiple cameras. We can hire people to run them. We can pay for video time on any channel we want. I think the real question is, how do we maximize public access and minimize the cost to the city? The comment was made earlier, we don't know how many people listen to the radio station, and that's true. And it seems to me to spend that much money and not even know if anybody's listening. But I tell you, when the radio station goes off in the middle of a meeting, I get an email about that. So somebody's listening to it. I think, John, you were the one that said it. I think during the pandemic, the use of YouTube, once we got the kinks kind of worked out, and it happened pretty quickly. I mean, we were all tentative at first, but we kind of got used to it pretty quickly. I thought that worked very well. I thought it was slick to have the staff presentations on screen so people could see what that we were talking about while we were talking about it. I didn't feel particularly, that's the word I'm looking for, abused that they couldn't see my shining face talking. I think the important thing was to see the information and get the information out. So I think from my point of view, this is an incremental thing. I think we've come down this trail because of the pandemic. I don't want to go back. I think we should continue with the YouTube channel. It is free. It is flexible. We can add features as we go. If we decide that we like it so much, we want to have a webcam in front of each one of us, we can do that, and we can have a Zoom host or a team host back there doing the things to make that happen. But then we're getting into it without investing tons of money in expensive equipment that we don't know how to operate, so we've got to hire somebody else to operate. So I am personally in favor of continuing the YouTube presence, continuing the telephonic public input system, and maximizing that to the people out there who are watching. As much as I'm dubious about the value of the radio station, I think it's something that we're ensconced in and people are used to. I think we need to keep doing that, and that's what I would be in favor of. So, Fred.
Well, when you talk about Channel 20, that's actually a public service function of the spectrum. So I don't think we charge for that because this is something they're doing as part of their FCC obligation.
Could they just pick
for
up
public
our
service?
Then?
So they can pick up that fee.
So they can pick up our YouTube feed and rebroadcast?
No, not YouTube. They can pick up the fee if we go on to Channel 20. In other words, they don't charge you to go on Channel 20.
It's the cost of producing.
It's the cost of just producing
They do charge a fee to send our video to them.
To what?
They do charge a fee for being online.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Even though that's part of their public service function?
Yes.
I think maybe we could negotiate that.
It's $11,000 per year, plus a $2,000 connection cost.
I'll bet we could negotiate that down.
It's in the state contract, but the state charter contract, yeah.
Well, that's a possibility, Joe.
Yeah, Dave, these monitors, these are just monitors, correct? They're not computers. They're just monitors like we see up here.
That is correct.
I mean, if we were to be able to figure out, and personally, if we're going to go paperless, and that's another question I'm going to talk about. I, at home, when we were doing the Zoom meetings or whatever, that I had computers everywhere, with double screens, because I could see all this stuff, and I didn't get too wound up, and I've always been a paper person, right? So where I'm going here is that if we were to change these into actual computers that all have the video on, and we speak, it automatically locks into that voice that's speaking at the time it's recording that. I don't see a problem where you couldn't have a few of these set up here, that one on the dais, and then one on the whole general, that would automatically or design the film, so to speak, for publication, and we wouldn't have to touch it. I mean, it's all recorded. Whatever happens, and it's on tape. Isn't that a possibility that we could do in-house, so to speak, without having to spend a whole lot of money producing something that...
I believe the school district is running a YouTube channel right now, and they have one static camera.
Do they?
They don't have multiple cameras. They have one static.
Something like that, I wouldn't be a problem with. But, just to have us on TV for self-puffery is not something I'm going to go for at all.
I think you would want to have some person dedicated to choosing between the camera and the presentation. But yeah, you could do that with the static. They have artificial intelligent cameras that follow and check out the voice, and and they're like, we have one for, I think you may have used it in the closed session. I can't remember, but
yeah, we had it up.
It's a small one, and it works for small rooms. They have bigger models, but so there is equipment and they build more every day because
It's always changing.
Yeah, and this last year has been a super boon for that kind of equipment, so.
So that would be my direction to you, if we're going to go anywhere at all with this, is that maybe research another possibility on that one.
That's what you check with county supervisors on, because that's exactly what they've got. Only they have 2 cameras, not 1.
No, they've got somebody in the back.
They got somebody in the back.
Always there.
Well,
basically the director of the whole thing.
They've got somebody, if something goes wrong, they got somebody.
You bet they do. Yeah.
Steve?
So, Steve, I'm going to agree with you. One of the things we've learned from COVID is the information, the way we've been doing it, it's worked really good. So I like that transfer of information. I'm not so worried about the picture. I want the information to get public. And I think it's really important to, also from a cost point of view, whatever we do, I don't want to spend a bunch of money on cameras. What I want to do is get the public the information. The end result is that they're used to coming to our meetings and seeing everything that's going on. If we set up a system, it's good enough for them to say, I'm going to stay home and watch or listen at home. That's the end result that I want to hear about that's effective. That's money well spent, because then you have all these people at home being able to see the presentation. Engaged. Yeah. They don't have to see people. What they want is the information. They want access to information. They want to hear the voices, hear the activity, and access to information. In that regard, John was heading down this way. Is I really like the screen here, but I sure would love to have an iPad or something here for me to have my digital notebook. Because I did it tonight, it worked okay, but it's just something else, because this is great for us because we could get down and see it. And that same screen's offered to the public. We're reading the same thing, feeling the same thing, talking about the same thing. It's more important to me to get the message across to the public so they can hear, see, and touch and feel. Not necessarily the camera, but the activity of work, like Steve said.
Yeah, and except for live video, and Maria, I'm not ignoring you. Did you want to?
Yeah, is that what the YouTube does? Is just gets the information out?
That's what we've been doing during the pandemic. When people go to YouTube to watch the meetings, they see what we see on the screen and they hear our voices, but they don't see our faces.
So when we had
so they would see, the graphs and pictures and whatnot. And, really good point. And we saw it tonight. With this type of media, we can employ video more in the future too. If we wanted to do a tour of fill in the blank of all the recreational facilities. We had a presentation. We would have video done of that by the recreation department. We'd be able to see it. The entire community would see it. And it would be done at a very low cost. Now, the trade-off here, of course, and I think this is where Fred is coming from, is that not everybody watches YouTube. But it's sort of like the radio argument. If we're getting 40% of the audience, it's still a substantial part of the public. We're still going to have people tuning into the radio station. We're still going to have people coming to the meetings. And one of the things that I noticed during the pandemic as I was watching and listening to the people calling is, I never heard that name before. No, they've never been, if they've been at a council meeting before, they've never said a word. And now they're calling and asking questions, which I thought was cool. Yeah. So we're kind of expanding the base of participation, engagement, to other people through different avenues. So I think that we continue down the YouTube graphic course, and then as we encounter refinements that we can build on, then we add those in incrementally without going whole hog and saying, let's put a TV studio back here and start paying monthly to run a TV program. I
think it does another thing, Steve, and I think it's really important, is that as a city council, if we happen to be in Idaho or something, we've got the same fleet, same access as we have.
I love that.
And that's a good one.
I do too. I love being able to
as we move forward, are we going to have telephonic exceptions for absentee council members at council meetings?
Yeah. Is that possible?
Right now, there are 3 bills pending in the legislature. None of them are moving to allow you to still do Zoom or anything like that. So we'll be, as of right now, on September 30th, we go back to the old Brown Act rules. So if you're out of town, you got to post it wherever you're going to be out of town and do it that way.
Make it like a public meeting wherever you are. Then you participate.
Exactly.
Oh, I remember that.
Whether that'll last, we don't know. But right now, there's
So that really
nothing
was
moving to
handy.
change it.
What?
Oh, man.
Nice.
Okay, so I don't want to draw conclusions that aren't true, but it sounds like we're heading down the YouTube path.
Yeah, so the three questions I have for you is, if you want to do any, so I guess first you want to add camera footage, and it sounds like you're saying not at this moment. Okay. And then the second one is, which broadcast options do you want to do? Do you still want to do just YouTube? Do you want to add the government channel? Do you want to add SlowNet?
I say we stay with
YouTube and
Well, you guys can vote, but and then the last one is, if we are continuing on, which meetings? Is it city council, is it planning commission, is it all advisory committee? Currently, we are only doing YouTube for city council and planning commission because we have the streaming equipment in this room.
So I say we continue there, and then as time goes on, we can experiment with the other meetings and see which ones that it works well in, okay? That one set up and works well for that one, maybe we can add that to the schedule.
Or how about having any meetings held here?
Yeah, that, if it's here, we could do. So then we wouldn't have to be duplicating it.
We would have to schedule, yeah, there would be additional staff time involved, of course, but yeah.
Does that make sense?
Schedule this room.
Yeah, okay. Does that make sense? Everybody good with that? Good. What else you need?
That's all I need for now. Did you need me to bring anything back?
Well,
you were talking about something, Mr. Hammond.
Well, if you wanted to expand the capabilities of this dais, with computers that, we could do our paperless. I mean, this is kind of getting off, but the point is, are we planning on going paperless here? Are we still going to start getting our binders built again?
No, I have to print my own.
I know. I like paper. I personally like paper. On the other hand, if I had more screens, I'd be okay. Probably not. But
Yeah, me too.
yeah, I just like making notes and such. So that's another option I'm thinking here, because it's kind of intertwined in this, is that if we had computers up here, that we could read our agendas and items from. And it also had capability of transmitting a video or an audio, individually, and record it individually to the YouTube. That I think would be easy to do. I mean, I don't know how many, we got 7 monitors, say 8, 10 monitors here, whatever, plus the dais, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Is there something that you can bring back to us saying, how about this? Instead of full-blown personnel and lots of money.
We could bring a computer in. We have more planning commissioners. We would need to bring additional there. And we could do the computer for the webcam. We could do a computer for just the agenda. It's kind of.
I like my iPad, small footprint. I can flip back and forth between the timer and the agenda, and if I have to, I can look online what channel 20 is.
Why don't we take a poll? See, I prefer paper.
And we got power under here now too, so I plugged in.
So yeah, I mean, if Fred wants paper, let's print him an agenda binder, but I'm good with this.
What about the others?
Well, I'm hearing paperless, as long as we can make it work here at the desktop. Maria, how do you feel?
I really like the paper, like writing notes and highlighting and getting what I'm going to ask before I get here. I mean, I have the tablet; it's been great. Take it to work on my breaks and things, but I still like to highlight, make notes on the paper.
So I don't see a problem with some of us being paperless and some of us wanting a binder. You got to put together 2 binders for everything.
Yeah, save.
I'm just curious, what does that cost for printing? Yeah, you have a rough idea, Melissa.
A rough idea, in my recollection, it was several $100s a month.
Yeah.
And that's
and it does depend somewhat on the size of the agenda to some degree.
Per binder? It's a couple of $100 a month per binder?
No, for the entire printing.
Plus you got planning commissioners too.
That was separate, planning commission.
Planning commission takes care of theirs separately.
Yeah, $150.
So probably double that.
Some of the other concern along with that is staff time involved in doing that.
I mean, that will pay for new computers and things here, or better equipment that we could do it electronic too.
we were obviously hoping to transition to paperless for a number of reasons.
Yeah, I know all the agencies are doing that. They've even offered us, iPads and things, but I mean, problem is, like Maria, I like to make notes and things. I'll forget it if I don't write it down, whatever. It's old horse, new tricks.
Mm-hmm. So,
I give you enough to kind of play with, Dave.
well, what I'm hearing is 3 of us are fine paperless and 2 of us need a binder.
John still likes it.
So we could purchase equipment for everybody and you could try it if you'd like. And if you didn't want to use the iPad, I believe Maria already has an iPad.
I'm happy with the iPad. You don't have to buy anything for me.
It would be best if you all had the same equipment because it'd be easier
I
to
can
support.
bring my own binder. I mean, my own iPad. I own my own. Why should we spend the money for you to buy us iPads if we already own them?
Do you want me to, that's entirely up to you. Do you want me to converse with each one of you to get your specific equipment needs or?
Oh, sure. The answer is yes, and you don't have to talk to me. Okay?
Why don't you maybe individually talk to us.
Right.
Too, yeah.
Talk to us individually, but I'm cool.
Okay.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I think that brings us to the end of our bright evening. It's almost tomorrow. So let's move on along here. Okay, that's all the recommendation you need from us on that. Council business and committee reports. We're at that place. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sorry I didn't bring my calendar with me because I came straight from after work, but I'm looking here for June, and after our second council meeting, I believe I attended the Juneteenth celebration, which was our first annual, and that was a pretty great turnout. It was an amazing presentation, and a lot of people were there and were having a great time. After that, we had the interviews for the city manager, and I believe that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
Well, I'm going to start off with something I'd like to get on our agenda, and I'd like to see us bring the parklets back before November. I don't care if the parking committee weighs in on it or not. I just think that we should have that discussion because it's really a hot topic citywide right now.
So I'll ask the rest of the council what they think. How does that jive with the schedule that we gave them the last time we talked? We said we didn't want to see it
November 1st, they're gone. That was our decision. I don't have any interest in it.
Okay, Steve? Oh, you're not allowed to talk about it. Maria?
Well, I've been getting a lot of emails and a lot of feedback, and I believe that it's something that we should at least hear from them, from the business owners.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've been hearing from a lot of business owners.
Yes.
So,
But,
yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if I recall correctly, you told us in May to work with the restaurant group, take the item to the parking commission, get a recommendation, and to not bring it back any sooner than 90 days. So that was August. So I think our plan was to bring it back in the August, September timeframe.
That's fine with me.
August is fine with me.
I want to leave it there.
And at the same time, we also had the direction that they were going to be removed.
Pardon?
We also had the direction that they would be removed in October or before November 1st.
So if we're talking about it in August, September, there's still plenty of time to pivot on that, depending on what the council wants to do.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a big discussion about this, and I've been doing a lot of information gathering. So I vote to stay on the schedule we set before, no sooner than 90 days.
And just, I guess, to finish out, for information purposes, I've asked staff to contact the parklet operators and see if there's any interest in on any of their parts to have them removed earlier if they're no longer using them. Yeah. And we do have some people that are interested in having them removed earlier.
Anything else, Fred?
No. Oh, yeah. And that is what I had told you last time was going to happen, did happen. So let me turn this off. I'm still in the meeting, but okay. So anyway, it's my wife, sorry. Okay. I had to take that one. So as of now, I am now the president of California Council of Governments. And I was reelected to the national board. So I represent all the regional governments of California in Washington, D.C. None of that at city expense, but I pay for any of the meetings. Those are all paid for elsewhere. So that's not costing us anything, but it brings us money in. So that's how we got an additional $5 million just 2 weeks ago for our region. And some of that might be some of the money we get for some of the stuff we were talking about tonight, because that will be allocated down. Today, I was at the Library Board of Trustees meeting, and unfortunately, the one person on the committee that two of them wanted to nominate for the next president wasn't at the meeting, so they had to delay their elections for a month. They also then delayed their other elections because they all depended upon who became the chairman. And they delayed their goal setting because that depends upon who's going to be the chairman. And they delayed their assigning liaisons because that's an assignment by the president. So next month is going to be very busy. Well, the Library Board of Trustees.
Yeah, I'll bet, yeah.
Because now they want to check with that particular person to make sure that they're willing to accept the nomination, and will they be at the meeting to take it? So that's about that's what. But there is some great news too. And that is that the demand is going sky high at the library, and especially for the kids programs. So those tablets they were giving out to the kids and stuff, they bought like 50 of them. They went in 2 hours. So they rebought another couple of hundred. Those went in 8 hours.
They've done a great job over the pandemic.
And now they're seeking more money to buy more because they're real popular.
I was afraid they're going to go dark during the pandemic, and they went exactly the opposite.
So that's all I'm going to report on. The rest is
John.
ABCD was one of the meetings I took, and then also Airport Commission, where we received a report on having Paso Robles maybe applying to become a spaceport. It's kind of interesting. We're going to have a report, I think, on August 13th. Yeah. So interesting opportunity for Paso Robles is using our airport as a launch point. In other words, not so much from Vandenberg straight up, but more horizontal and then up and out. So
horizontal first, or people would love that.
Yeah. Well, again, there's always things wrong with everything. At any rate, it's an opportunity that we want to at least try to explore, and we'll be hearing the report August 3rd. And we can make this. Other than that, that's all I have to say. Thank you, Steve.
Pleasure to right now. Meeting with the county and tax. Got something done. 24th of July. Say,
good.
Oh, I forgot something. And that is, I heard that we're not issuing any vacation rental permits in our business areas anymore. I didn't know we had any limit on.
Sold out. I think we've reached our maximum.
Yeah. I didn't know we set any maximum in the business areas. I knew we didn't, right? Residential.
Yeah, we did. It was a higher maximum in the residential area. But I think we did set a
Do we have limits on any other businesses in town, or how many barber shops or how many beauty shops we're allowed to have? then why are we restricting business in one area only?
Pragmatically, it's because we haven't had a room full of citizens over a 2-year period of time complaining there were too many barber shops.
Well, true, but they never complained about any too many vacation rentals in the business areas, in the residential areas.
Well,
Or we put the limit in.
I think we explored it pretty thoroughly on the citizens groups and in the hearings we had here, but I'm happy to go back and review that. And
Okay.
you may be right, I don't know, but
Yeah, because I'm concerned just philosophically with limiting business in business areas, unless there's a health and safety reason.
And, okay, without getting further into this, I think what was expressed to us by the community during that 2-year period of time was there was a health and safety reason. But be that as it may, that as it may. Okay, I'm sorry. So for me, I spoke with Kurt DeVost at the school district office. He is very, I'm going to say very interested, very motivated to get a third SRO for the school district. He feels that coming out of the pandemic and with some of the other frictions we have in the community right now, that risks may be a little bit high as kids start coming back into school. They have ARPA money that they can spend, so he needs our help recruiting an officer or reassigning an officer or something to put another SRO on campus here.
Did he mention that he would probably want to fund it through his sources?
He said, we have money. That's what he said. We have. So I'd love to explore that a little further. Yeah.
Yeah, I can explore that.
Met with the folks down at Dubs Green again. I don't know if you've received the invitation, but they're really trying to establish a relationship with the city, and they invited all the council to go down and tour their facility. They're working with staff right now on a convenience store addition to their operation. They're just primed and ready to go when and if we decide to let cannabis sales start, but they're trying to stay afloat right now until that day arrives. So I went to the Travel Paso special board meeting. I took a tour of all of our recreational facilities with Julie and a couple of her people so I could get a close-up view of what we've got going. That's the reason we had the extended conversation on the property down by the museum tonight, because we had a chance to discuss that a little bit. I was part of a panel put on by the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce called Cracking the Government Code, which I thought was great. They've done doing a series of programs with the combinations of electeds and city staffers and others talking about the different aspects of city government and how you get things done through city government. So I was on the budget session. So I got to talk about how budgets are put together, how expenditures are prioritized, how people can get involved in the process, et cetera. I thought they did a really great job on it. Attended the HSOC board meeting, met again with our Cal Cities rep, Dave Mullinex. We're laying plans for our Channel Counties Division activities at the September conference, the back in-person annual conference this year. So that's going to be an exciting thing. I was on Sound Off today, and then I wanted to add a couple of notes to what John said about the Airport Commission meeting. I listened in on that also. Bill Britton, who's an airport commissioner, I had requested that he would put together a report on this idea of becoming a spaceport, because we've all been trying to get our arms around how we're going to participate with the REACH organization on regional economic development when they're so focused on Vandenberg and the space program, which is obviously geographically remote from us and kind of hard to draw a line from that point to this point to see how we're going to benefit. But when it was proposed that we could actually be designated as a spaceport, that kind of bookends the REACH geographic area, with Vandenberg in one area and us on the other. As John said, this would not be if this ever comes to pass, this would not be a vertical launch facility. It would not be launching missiles and rockets out there, but rather rocket-assisted aircraft, drones, et cetera, who can fly to very high altitudes and then pop these tiny little satellite packages out into a low Earth orbit. They orbit for a month, their orbit decays and they burn. But during that 30-day period of time, they're gathering data for different uses. This has the potential of spurring a whole thing for us at our airport. We don't have scheduled passenger service, so this sort of thing would not interfere with that. We have great flyable days. Bill made a point of expressing to the airport commissioners that if this were to come to pass, all the operations have to be dovetailed with local operations. So local private pilots would still be able to fly, local people would still be able to use the airport, but it would prompt a whole new birthing place for aerospace-related industries to locate Paso Robles and diversify our job base.
Which triggered the fact that we're running out of property out there. This is something that council needs to make a decision policy on how we want to plan our airport.
And that's it right there. If our vision for the airport, we've said for 40 years now, the airport is a diamond in the rough. Well, this is a real chance to polish this diamond up. And if our vision for the airport in the future is more of what we've done in the past, well, the diamond remains rough. On the other hand, if we're able to sort of change that vision a little bit and say, this is what it's going to be, I think there's tremendous opportunity for the city. So if after the presentation, first of all, I want to say the commission members all seem very excited. They didn't take an official, yes, we recommend the city do this type of action, but they all seem very impressed by it. And if we decide to go ahead, it's about a year-long process to get that discipline.
You know, along that line, and with what's happening at the boys' school and all the warehousing that they're putting in there, warehousing means they're storing and shipping products. So we know we're going to have a lot of trucking going on. Right. I think we ought to start really considering or just doing the preliminary work for a terminal for freight, for air freight.
I think
air freight.
Yeah, I
I
think
hate to cut you off, but these are all topics that I think are coming up on your agenda.
Right. So
yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So we'll get into those in depth in the future. So just wanted to keep you.
We're just talking about topics. So and the agenda topic has to be such that allows the various ideas to be presented.
So upcoming events: Senior Citizen Advisory Commission meeting July 12th, Planning Commission Tuesday, July 13th, Airport Commission meeting Thursday, July 22nd, Planning Commission Tuesday, July 27th. Next City Council meeting Tuesday, August the 3rd. Deadline for submitting items for the regular meeting on August 3rd is Wednesday, July 21st. If there's no further business for the council, I would solicit a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Gregory. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned.
We're out of here.
Thank you and good morning.